Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, colleagues from wherever you're joining us. My name is Mohamed Salou Kamara. I'm a professor of history, philosophy, and mass communication, and the chair of the Department of African Studies at Howard University, one of the main organizers of this symposium. This symposium is truly Pan-African in nature, essence, and vision, a forward-looking forum with the vision and objective to create a Pan-African community of scholars, researchers, educators, diplomats, policy experts, and students to draw from the lessons learned from the pandemic, COVID-19, and formulate visionary and practical plans to improve education and research in Africa and the global African community through, more specifically, the creation of a Pan-African Digital Consortium that will involve primarily African universities, historically Black universities and colleges, HBCUs in the United States, but also universities in the Caribbean and the rest of the global African diaspora. Today is the second day of the symposium, and it will be duly and fittingly open with the ambassadors' distinguished panel, which will be moderated by our colleague, brother, and friend, Professor Kebuma Langmia, who is a professor at Howard University and the chair of the Department of Strategic, Legal, and Management Communication. At this point, I would like to welcome Professor Langmia and ask him to welcome and moderate the distinguished panel of our ambassadors. Professor Langmia.
All right, my video cannot show anyway, so I need permission. Host needs to show my video. Oh yeah, okay, she has, okay. All right, thank you so much, Professor Kamara. Thank you, everyone. Again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you find yourself on planet Earth at this moment. I want to, first of all, thank Professor Kamara for giving me this opportunity to moderate this important panel, important and significant to us well. As you heard from him, I'm the chair of the Department of Strategic, Legal, and Management Communication here in the Cathy Hughes School of Communications, Howard University. Originally, I'm from a country where the Portuguese call Cameroon in West Africa. So I migrated here and of course studied here at Howard University. So it's my pleasure to have this Ambassadors Forum. The ambassadors to me are the bridge, they are actually the bridges to the nation, to the state. They are the window to their various countries. And as such, they also represent the voice of their own countries and of their own people to the outside world. So I'm expecting 6 of those ambassadors. I think from what I see right now, I have 3 of those ambassadors. And I would just want to start by introducing them. Just give me a minute, let me look at my, all right, so I have His Excellency, Dr. Kefala Yansene, Ambassador of the Republic of Guinea. After a career in academia, Dr. Kefala Yansene served over the past 30 years in different positions in the government of Guinea, from Central Bank Governor 1986 to 1996, to Minister of Economy and Finance 2010 to 2014. and also Minister of Mining and Geology, 2014 to 2016. Ambassador Yansane holds a state doctorate PhD from the University of Paris, Sorbonne, School of Economics and Law, and a postgraduate diploma in finances from the Institute of Political Sciences of Paris. He worked as a professor at the University of Dakar, Senegal. I must say that the resume of these ambassadors are so long, they can actually cover 4 pages, but I just decided to focus on the main thing that is really bringing us here together, really focusing on what they represent and then their academic portfolio. The next ambassador is His Excellency Lazarus Umbai Amayo, Ambassador of the Republic of Kenya. Prior to his appointment as ambassador to the United States, His Excellency Amayo held several senior public positions, among them Ambassador Permanent Representative to the United Nations from 2018 to 2020, and also High Commissioner of Kenya to the United Kingdom 2014 to 2018, and the Permanent Representative of Kenya to the International Maritime Organization, MIO, and the Commonwealth Organization. He holds a master's degree in political science from the University of Delhi and a Bachelor of Liberal Arts from Spicer Memorial College in India. He received training in management and international relations in Kenya, the UK, and India. Good. Moving now to the third ambassador who is here with us, it's Ms. Yolisha Nzebe, Minister Plenipotentiary and Deputy Chief of Mission, representing Her Excellency Nomandia Mfekedo, Ambassador of the Republic of South Africa to the United States. Ms. Yolisha Mbebe assumed her position as the Deputy Chief of Mission of the Republic of South Africa in Washington, D.C., January 2018. She has obtained a master's degree in business administration at the University of South Africa. She participated in leadership and economic diplomacy training in Singapore and heads of mission training through the South African Diplomatic Academy in 2017. Additionally, she completed her economics program at Johns Hopkins University. So, dear ambassador, thank you and welcome. I know I will introduce the other 3 that will be joining us subsequently. So let me just start with the very first reflecting question, which I want you guys to tell us honestly what you think is happening to this thing called COVID-19 and how COVID-19 has affected education. The key word is education in your various countries. All right, so let me start with His Excellency Dr. Kefala Yansene. His Excellency Kefala Yansene.
Ania, you might wanna. Okay.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Your Excellency, we are all ears.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Good morning, good evening, everybody. I would like, first of all, to express my strong appreciation for inviting me to this very, very important gathering. And I would like also to congratulate Howard University for selecting this topic. It is timely and forward-looking. We have been complaining against digital divide for long time, and now we have the opportunity to try to catch up. Unfortunately, we may now not have all the tools. When it's come to my own country, Guinea, I may say that we had already a distance learning experience long before the state of emergency with the COVID-19. With the support of UNICEF, Guinea started a distance learning program in the early 2000s. It was a radio learning program, the national broadcasting system, and it was quite followed across the country. But the program was intended first time, intended to primary and secondary schools. Guinea had also a dedicated distance learning institute that was created in 2004 for university level training. The institute was a standalone training system that had branches in all provinces, and its degree were recognized by the Ministry of Education. So this means that already in the early 2000s, we had already this system of distance learning. And that's why when the COVID came in, the government tried to leverage the existing program as a response to the COVID pandemic. However, given the magnitude of school children and students affected by school lockdown, this existing program proved unsuccessful. Actually, they were not adapted to the context of the COVID pandemic, and they could not meet the needs of all segments of student population. Actually, the financing of UNICEF was no more available. The Institute of Distance Learning was very costly for poor household. According to some statistics, about 15,000 schools were closed, affecting more than 3 million school children and students. From preschool through high school, all university students, public and private, and vocational training institutions were also affected. Then the government had to make important adjustments in the education delivery system to ensure an effective use by school children and students and to avoid the loss of previous learning gains. The government has to use a combination of tools to take into account the country infrastructure limitation. A new platform was created, was launched with a multi-channel approach, combining radio learning system, TV, internet, and social media, including YouTube, WhatsApp. This platform was complemented with paper-based courses for disadvantaged students without digital connectivity. This means that we had program on radio, program on TV, and also some of the content were put on the platform on YouTube and WhatsApp. But since everybody didn't have access to YouTube, to WhatsApp, we had to complement the system with paper-based courses. Another system was in preparation for the year 2021-2022 called Learning Passport. It was developed by a joint venture between UNICEF, Microsoft, and Cambridge University. The system is supposed to provide tablets to students with required teaching content. The system is very cost-effective as it doesn't require internet connection. So this system is being developed, but given what happened in Guinea in the early September this year, the system is still on hold. You may understand that when there is a coup d'etat in a country, all partners are concerned and they tend to suspend the programs. Hopefully, the program will resume very, very, very soon because this system is very cost effective. Like I said, because students do not need to have an internet connection. They may stay at home and use this tablet with the courses included in the tablet. However, a large majority of Guinean students are still hampered in this distance learning system by a variety of technical, economic, and social challenges, such as insufficient disposable revenue to pay for internet, electricity shortage, or limited TV or radio airtime. You may know that half of the Guinean population is still living below the poverty line, in spite of the wealth of the potential of resources we have, but given the political instability of the country, our population is still very, very poor. A lot of effort have been deployed for access to electricity in the last 10 years, also for mobile penetration. However, there is still a long way to go when it comes to access to internet. On the other hand, the distance learning was not supported by a clear communication strategy. You know, when the COVID came, the government was more concentrated on health problems, economic problems. So unfortunately, education tend to come at third or fourth rank in the priority of the government. And unfortunately, apart from COVID, we had also Ebola. So the government has to fight all these diseases on different fronts. So in this kind of environment, it may be very, very, very difficult to have a clear strategy when it comes to distance learning. This said, the pandemic has demonstrated that distance learning has the potential for providing innovative solutions in the education system even after the pandemic, particularly with smartphone-based digital learning system for all segments of student population, including for poorest. Consider that in Guinea, in 2010, the mobile penetration was only 30%. Today, it's 100%. 100%. All households, rich or poor today, have access to a smartphone. So the smartphone could be really used for distance learning. Actually, the demand for digital learning is very high in all sectors, not only in primary schools, colleges, high school, but also in university, including in medicine. And distance learning may help Africa easily access to modern technologies. The African diaspora may also play a very important role in this regard. I take my example. I've been called to give lectures to students in Nigeria while I'm here in Washington. Mrs. Obi Zekeli, who was the former vice president of World Bank, has opened a school for socio-economic development, and she called on all diaspora, all colleagues from all over the world to give lectures. And from time to time, myself from Washington, I give lectures to the university. This means that diaspora may play a very, very important role in this regard. Now, we need to talk about the features that may be at the basis of a successful distance learning. First, you have to have a very effective delivery system. And two, you have to have well-trained teachers, because the teachers play a role even if it is distance learning. The digital system doesn't exclude teachers. Teachers have still a very important role to play. And of course, you have to have a well-crafted curriculum with clear priorities, because you cannot replicate in digital learning the way you teach in normal education system. And of course, you have to have a very comprehensive digital education strategy. If it is a piecemeal approach, it will be very difficult to achieve your objective. And of course, above all, you have to have the required infrastructure.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Last but not least, partnership. Partnership is very, very important. The exchange of experience between African countries should be part of this strategy, providing the opportunity to African studies to have access to highly competent teachers from over the world, and to have also access to renowned universities courses from all over the world. So thank you very much, and I stand ready to answer to any question you may want to raise. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Before I proceed, we want to recognize the presence of Councillor Mr. Usman Fiaskonje, who is representing His Excellency Dauda Dr. Federa, Ambassador of the Republic of Gambia. All right, I'll be moving over to Kenya, Ambassador Lazarus Amayo. I'm sure you've heard some of the issues, the success stories from Guinea, and some of the challenges. One of the challenges being that they had to close about 15,000 schools. And another challenge being that they have a coup d'etat right now, so some of the projects are on hold. So tell us what happened in Kenya, please, Your Excellency.
Thank you, but I hope the video could be allowed to.
Yeah, you will be allowed.
In a moment, I hope.
Yes.
Anya, please.
Yes, I invited him to, there we go.
Good, okay, good.
Thank you very much, Professor Langmia. May I begin by joining my colleagues in thanking Professor Kamara and the leadership of Howard University for the invitation extended to me and my colleagues to have this conversation with you and with the African, what I would call the African diaspora, in African and the African diaspora in this context.
Yes.
Let me also indicate my association or connection with Howard. I began hearing of Howard in the 70s because an elder brother of mine did his doctorate degree from Harvard and graduated in 1973. So in terms of human resource development, Howard has not only been an effective provider in the US, but also across the globe, particularly from the continent of Africa. So I thank Professor Kamara for this invitation to this important and timely discourse on COVID-19 and its effects on education in Africa, and in this context to share to some extent Kenya's experience. I think we recognize that the prevailing COVID-19 situation threatens to erode the hard-won collective progress that the world had attained towards the actualization of the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 4, target of engendering inclusive and equitable quality education for all children, particularly in developing countries. Unlike other conflicts or natural disasters, the COVID-19 pandemic did not physically destroy schools, but it has weakened many education systems and tested even responsiveness of institutions or countries to emergencies, including our ability to adapt to situations brought upon us by COVID. As my brother Kerfala did mention, countries reacted initially from a health perspective to contain the situation.
Yes.
And graduation was there from a health crisis to a multifaceted problem posed by COVID itself, whether it is on education or economy infrastructure and the likes. In Kenya, we too responded. And I must say that to a large extent, we can say that having enhanced access to electricity and also mobile phone penetration, we were able to cope to some extent. But COVID brought in to us awareness of what was also obtaining elsewhere, the disparities that exist between rural and urban setups, and between the affluent and less affluent insofar as access to internet facilities are concerned. So this is an area where the government made deliberate efforts. After closing schools, of course, for health reasons, we reopened. And when we reopened, we realized we had to handle challenges, including the changes that occurred in the school terms. 6 months meant that when you have first and second term, your first and second term of the calendar year may not be necessarily what you've been having before. And so we say that although the pandemic have crippled virtually every sphere of human life, the disease sparked digital learning revolutions. From the official nationwide lockdown in 2020, learning in many schools in Kenya transitioned to other forms that included virtual. Education moved onto the digital space, with many students from affluent backgrounds attending consistent online classes and getting personal tutors. Other children, of course, had education administered through TV, through radio, which excluded those that did not have access to electricity or did not have devices. But it's not only in the Kenyan context, but in most of the global South, challenges were also there with access to the digital tools. Apart from electricity, the devices were an issue, or those that had phones had a challenge of phone credit to be able to access data. But the government was able to move forward and accelerate processes that were already on, like provision of 4G internet connections that many of our students have been able to use. What is of interest too is the need for collaboration. As it is not only for universities, but you'll even look at lower levels. The challenges that COVID-19 has brought on universities. In this case, you talk about even loss of jobs and job insecurity, even to the teaching staff or the faculty. Effects on student enrollment, especially to private institutions. At least public universities can still be able to sustain themselves out of the public, from the exchequer. But student enrollment becomes a challenge to private universities, and so sustainability may be an issue to be looked at. And because of loss of movement, even partnerships to some extent reduced, but at a time when you really need it the most. And so I'm quite encouraged by this symposium that brings together the academics from across the globe on the need to strengthen partnerships that will be able to help us continue to provide quality education and learning that, as Dr. Kerfala has indicated, it has one advantage, that geography or distance doesn't become an issue. You can be able to be accessed from anywhere. And so we had in place, even prior to this, distance learning or continuing education programs or correspondence programs, but COVID has made it such that it became imperative to be able to adapt and to provide learning through the internet. But what I see Langmia wants me to
yes,
so that I get another. But I think the important thing to us in Kenya was that, like with the old saying, we didn't want anybody to be left behind. We also didn't want anybody to be left offline when others are online in delivery of education. And so, yes, COVID-19 has been a challenge, but it has also accelerated the pace of digital transformation. It is opening opportunities for advancing social progress and fostering social inclusion, while simultaneously it has also showed us it has exacerbated the risk of increased inequalities that exist within our societies. And so we should avoid, in the course of provision of digital learning, exclusion of those that are not connected. And as I leave the stage for you, we also need to work on affordability of access. Whether it is in the public or private sector, it is important. And so lastly, let me say, public sector, the government and institutions like the ones we are in now need to continue developing frameworks for closing digital divide and support efforts toward digital inclusion of the disadvantaged and marginalized groups. And the four key things that I would look at in this case is that access is important, affordability is important, skills skills for digital learning is important, and relevance of the content. Because even when we collaborate, even when we relate, I think it is important to look at local situations so that whatever we are sharing also should be those that can be adapted to local situations. And so a holistic approach drawing on multi-stakeholder partnerships is needed in the design of inclusive ICT, science, technology, and innovation policies that would be able to make our students and the deliverers of learning and the teaching staff be in a position that can allow them to have this generation and future generations benefit from the collaboration. And so we welcome the initiative and the desire of our university and other partners in establishment of Pan-African Digital Consortium to work towards this agenda. And I believe I've seen many scholars from across Africa joining online. I believe how Howard and other institutions are able to link up with Africa. Africa has many frameworks, whether it is Association of African Universities, or whether it is through the sub-regional associations like the ones you have in East Africa or Eastern and Southern Africa. There are platforms through which the academic staff in Africa and those from Howard and across can be able to link up. But yes, I'm open to questions also.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I really enjoy your opening. Given the fact that you have some links with Howard University, I just want to also indicate to you that my department signed an MOA with one of the universities in Kenya, so faculty and student exchange, which will start this summer. So I should be down there in Kenya. Just wanted to let you know about that. The second thing is you really raise the issue of access and the idea of loss of jobs, especially for the private institutions. I know I'll be calling on South Africa very soon, but I just wanted to thank you so much because I just want to let the audience know that most of what you guys are saying, Professor Kamara and myself and other faculty members and students who are in this forum are writing. They are the writers and they are scholars. They are conducting research in Africa. So you're actually giving us information that should help us write books, as we always do. And when we visit the kind of keynote speeches that we give in some of those universities. So I really want to thank you so much. And one thing that really struck me was your discussion of the affluent society and the non-affluent that were really impacted by this COVID-19. So now I'm moving to South Africa to go to to Her Excellency Mbeki in South Africa. I just want to let the audience know that please, you can text your questions. There's a chat room there. I'll be coming to a Q&A very soon, but let me finish up with the ambassadors. Let them give us their reflection. So Ms. Yolisha Vebe, please forgive me if I don't pronounce your name well. Those are some of the battles that we go through. So tell us your reflections, whether they are in consonant with what happened in Guinea, what happened in Kenya, and of course, we've read some success stories in South Africa during this COVID. What did you do? Thank you.
Professor Lamia
Yes.
and the excellencies in the panel, all participants, good morning. And let me join the excellencies in thanking Professor Kamara and the Howard leadership for the invitation to this symposium to reflect on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic for higher learning and research in Africa and for global African diaspora. Indeed, it's a timely conversation. And I think what attracted me more to this conversation is that there's a clear outcome at the end of the day, and that is to create the Pan-African Digital Consortium. The planning, the implementation will come, but I think just for us having a clear outcome, because a lot of time with symposiums, we talk with dialogue, but there's no outcome. So I'm really impressed that there's a very clear and intentional thinking of having this Pan-African Digital Consortium. And for the lack of better words, I abbreviate it for myself and say it's PADC. And I think it's also good to note that the Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs collaborated with Howard in organizing this symposium. So I'm very pleased that South Africa is already engaged in this. Just for us, I think in essence, I agree with what the excellencies have said. I think the message will be common across Africa. Yes, we may have different approaches. We may have different challenges in terms of the contextual background in which we are in terms of the statuses of education system in our various countries. Laid bare the inequality in education in South Africa and Africa. And therefore, there have been many, many challenges that have been experienced in the education sphere as a result. One of those challenges that I may reflect on is the impact of gaps in early childhood to high school on higher education institutions. The fact that you all know the history where we're coming from as a country, our education system is even to this date unequal, and therefore not all the children of South Africa have equal and access to digital tools, digital literacy, access to internet, and other internet-enabled services. So that found itself, and it was laid bare by the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. Although the government of South Africa has made a lot of plans, a lot of interventions to allow for a multimodal method of learning, we realize that the potential to address some of these challenges still lies in public-private sector collaborations. That collaboration for us assisted a lot to focus on rebuilding and improving access to online education infrastructure, particularly in rural communities. And mainly, I'm talking about Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Limpopo. Because out of the 26 universities that we have in South Africa, 8 of them are recognized as previously disadvantaged, lack of resources, and indeed were the hardest hit by the COVID. But for us, one of the potential areas of collaboration that we embarked on, and it still is applicable even today, is specifically around the reduction of costs for digital connectivity, internet services for educational programs. During the pandemic, the Internet Services Providers Association of South Africa and the South African Mobile Networks worked with the Department of Education and the Department of Higher Education to zero-rate educational traffic and portals. So this assisted in making sure that there's access even to the students that are previously disadvantaged. In April 2020, the country's communication and broadcasting regulator, the ICASA, announced a temporary release of high-demand spectrum during the national state of disaster to ease network congestion and maintain quality broadband services that allowed these services providers to make sure that they are lower cost for data. There have also been pockets of success. And some universities have recorded improved student performance than in previous years. Early indicators have attributed this to the prevalence of the multimodal teaching, learning, and assessment approaches, which are really forced by the pandemic. Not that we did not have some of these in the past, but the pandemic has just forced us to intentionally and focus providing these multimodal teaching approaches to make sure that everybody has access to learning whilst the country was on lockdown. We also noted that the reduced class sizes and focused online groups have also highlighted the benefits of shifting from exclusively lectured style education methodologies, which normally do not support the learning styles of all students because students have preferences. So we also noted that the smaller group learning initiatives assisted some of the students to focus their online learning approach. And if I were to touch on just briefly on the idea of creating this PADC, which is the Pan-African Digital Consortium, as South Africa, we really welcome any partnership, any collaboration, because one thing that COVID has probably taught all of us is that, yes, we're confronted with challenges, but it is in those challenges that we saw creative solutions. It pushes to have creative solutions. And therefore, for us as South Africa, we really remain strong proponent of the aspiration of the African Union's Agenda 2063, which is a vision for Africa. This vision has taken up its position within the global community and knowledge economy. And one of the key ways in which this vision can be achieved, particularly for the bulging youth population in Africa, it is through education. Alongside that, these partnerships, whether they're formed regionally, continentally, or throughout the African diaspora, are very critical. So the development of this global network and partnership between the African higher education institutions, whether it's regionally or even here abroad, it will help in transferring ideas, knowledge, skills, research, and innovation. Because this pandemic has intensified the need for these exchanges. So I'm very, very pleased that we're having this dialogue, and I'm hoping it's the first of many that will make sure that indeed we all play a role in planning and implementing this digital consortium. Let me end by saying South African universities are already partnering with HBCUs in the United States. And through their interaction, they have shown a keen interest to further working with the HBCUs in the areas of research, academic and staff training, student and curriculum development. So I think I would want to align with what the excellencies are saying, we are ready to explore the avenues that will make sure that this digital collaboration, as emphasized by this PADC, comes to some reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mbeki. Thank you really so much. I know you started with the issue of, it's always good to have this discussion, but the most important thing is putting it into action. And it's the idea of putting it into action that we are really having this discussion about what you call the PADC, which is my second question about how do we put this, and putting it into action really means money. So your government is ready to put in a lot of money for this PADC. But I know we'll get to that discussion. I would like to call on Usman Fiasco-Nje of Gambia. Let him tell us briefly what his country has done and whether something like that. And again, as we are discussing, let us have the issue that we are trying to see how all African countries, it's true we only have few ambassadors here, but let's see how all African countries from north, east, south, and west will be able to get away and resolve this issue of another pandemic. What have this really taught us? It's not only about our own country, but about the rest of Africa. Thank you, my brother. Fiasco-Nje, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor. And allow me to extend greetings to the ambassadors and to the panelists, and also to the attendees of this important symposium. Allow me to also express gratitude and appreciation from the Embassy of the Gambia here in Washington, DC, to Howard University for extending an invitation to participate in this symposium on digital learning in global Africa during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. As you may know, Professor, the Gambia and Howard University have a long-standing relationship.
Yes.
I'm sure you recall of Professor Suleiman Yang.
Suleiman Yang.
Who was the chairman of the African Studies Department at Howard University.
Yes.
He was a trailblazer in the Gambia and continued his career here. And Howard University is actually a household name in the Gambia.
Good.
So I would like to put that out there. But also on behalf of Ambassador Dauda Fadera, who I am representing here today, I wish to extend his regrets. He could not be here with you today because of prior engagements, but he has told me to extend his regards and that his thoughts are with this event. The topic at hand today is one that is very interesting, relevant, and forward-looking, and one that has affected all of our countries in the world, regardless of your status, region, or other considerations. In the Gambia, COVID-19 has drastically affected education in the country. Initially, the government had cut all the sector's budget in government to address the health situation and the economic challenges that the population were going through. So education was maybe placed at number 3 or number 4, like the ambassador of Guinea had mentioned in his intervention. Schools were closed, like in all or many countries, and government made efforts for online classes to take place. But unfortunately, this was not materialized because of the lack of basic internet infrastructure, such as students not having computers, laptops, internet connectivity, or maybe students just even know how to manipulate a computer. Those were some of the challenges that were faced in the Gambia. But so for the entire time that the schools were closed, classes were partially taking place, and government came with an innovative measure for education to keep going by broadcasting classes through television. This had partial success, but for some people, it had partial success for students in the urban areas. But for the students in the rural areas, it was difficult because of electricity, for instance, and because power would be cutting off and on. But Another challenge that the education sector faced during the pandemic sector is that in the Gambia, the government has a program with the World Food Program, whereas meals are given to students who are in low-income families. And this, since students were not going to school, this was not taking place. And eventually it affected their nutrition, and government came up with an innovative way of distributing food to those low-income families. All in all, Professor, I think that the Gambia also would align itself with the previous speakers and what they have mentioned and the sentiments that they have shared in regards to the difficulty that the education sector has faced during the COVID-19. We welcome the Pan-African Digital Consortium. We hope that it is something that can bear fruits and be implemented sooner than later, because if there's anything that we can learn from the pandemic, is that things can be done online, virtually, or remotely. And it is a wake-up call, I think, for governments to maybe invest in such methods of education, so that in the event there's something, God forbid, that there's anything like COVID again in the future, we would be better prepared to address the situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I feel for you when you mentioned the idea of the food program. I could really feel the pain in us, and also the idea that you highlighted that health was the primary objective of most government. Of course, it was a pandemic, so it also affected schools because the government were really focusing mostly on health. So thank you so much. Now to the main issue of the PADC. So now I would like to start with His Excellency Yansane of Guinea. I really want to hear action plans now to support this Pan-African Digital Consortium that is going to link us with the HBCUs, all universities in Africa and also in the Caribbean. What are the action plans that your government have that we can achieve this? This is again, so that in future we should not just fold our arms and be waiting for the Western governments and to help us again, because we are already independent. 60 years, we've been independent for 60 years, and it's not even the issue of money. So I really want to hear some action plan. His Excellency Yansane.
Yeah, thank you very much. I refer to the new program our government is trying to put in place, the Learning Passport. Learning Passport is being developed by UNICEF, Microsoft, and Cambridge University. But this kind of program may be also developed by the Pan-African Digital Consortium. So my main concern is the cost effectiveness we use to create institutions, unfortunately, very costly. We need to put in place some sort of very agile system that could meet our needs. What do we want? We want collaboration. We want exchange of experiences. We want exchange of teachers. So the human capital is there. The diaspora has a lot of human capital, but the issue is infrastructure, connectivity. So the goodwill is there. So how do we resolve the issue of connectivity? This is the problem of infrastructure. In the African Union, we have a project called PADC. This is the summary of all key infrastructure projects across the continent, intended to link the east to west, the north to south, but it requires financial resources. It is there. So I do believe that the PADC could help materialize the goal of this Pan-African Digital Consortium. But in the meantime, what to do? We have to start somewhere. We cannot wait until all the continent is connected. I think we have to start by maybe sub-region collaboration in the framework of ECOWAS, of SADC, East Africa, North Africa, and then we may perhaps at the later stage connect all these 4 or 5 sub-regions together. So to summarize, we need to start by collaboration. We need to get to know each other. We need to know who is who and where. We need to have database of competences across the board. So the Pan-African Digital Consortium may start by putting in place this database of universities and competences and start working together. While, of course, countries, the sub-regions, the region are working on the first side of the problem. Thank you.
Good. Your Excellency, thank you so much. Your Excellency, Mayo of Kenya, will be coming to you, but I want us to reflect on what His Excellency Yansani just talked about, the learning passport in Guinea, and which is being supported by Microsoft again, Microsoft in the West. And the challenges that he has enumerated, infrastructural and connectivity, these are very serious issues. By the way, I was on the continent in 2020. I am a visiting professor in some universities in Africa. And I noticed that kids were at home because of connectivity, infrastructure. I listened to our Excellency from South Africa. But the question is, did the kids have laptops? Did they have the computer? Did they have electricity? So connectivity is still a very main issue. And of course, I really want to thank you, Your Excellency, of bringing in the issue of the sub-region at the SADC and the rest. Again, we are still talking about compartmentability. You still talk about us, but we talk about linking with the other blacks in the other continent, like in Caribbean, like Professor Kamara was talking about, on HBCU, so that we should not face this again. And I really love your PIDA. The PIDA that you talked about is excellent. Now, but again, Professor Amayo, His Excellency Amayo, I'm sorry, I call Professor, you know, we here, we all I want us to see how can this issue of infrastructure and connectivity in the rural, especially the rural, which my brother Usman J was talking about. You know, these are the people that are affected the most because of connectivity. You know, so how can PADC really resolve this issue of connectivity and infrastructure? Where is the money going to come from? And how will that money be allocated? Let's bring some action plans here. That's really why we're here. As I said, students are online, faculty members are online, researchers online. They are listening to you like the voice of your government. What is Africa doing? Your Excellency, Amayo.
Thank you very much, Professor Langmere, for that question, and of course the response already given by my brother. But I think it is important that information regarding PADC be disseminated.
Okay, good.
Because not many know about that initiative. We, as usual, will be able to receive, analyze, contextualize, and see how we can address it both from a national perspective, a sub-regional one, or even from the umbrella of the African Union. But as I said at the beginning, African Union in its agenda, Development Agenda 2063, recognizes the diaspora as a significant contributor in this development work. And so first, I think it would be important that the proposal on Pan-African Digital Consortium be circulated to member states so that at least they are able to give you a response from an informed position. Just like UNESCO with the African group worked on a Pan-African initiative for digital transformation, particularly for TVET and skills development in Africa. I mean, at least they have circulated it. The Africans have already had an opportunity to look at it. And so for me, I think it would be good if Pan-African Digital Consortium organizers can be able to float it so that the response can be given, as I said, whether it is from national, sub-regional, or the continental aspect. But on infrastructure, Africa is big, 55 countries, 54 countries, whichever classification you have, at different levels of development. And so it may not be one shoes fitting all, but we are all working towards a situation where, should there be another outbreak that requires physical closure of schools or universities, we should be able to continue with the digital learning the way other persons do in other parts of the world. And because the Africans and persons of African origin have been to some extent disproportionately disadvantaged in terms of access, it is important that we collaborate, share experiences, share ideas on moving forward, because solution is in our hands. I mean, at a national level, I must say in the Kenyan context, the government had, even before COVID, worked on enhancing connectivity to electricity. And our last mile program, I mean, in the last 10 years, we had made sure we had connected all our primary and secondary schools to the national grid, connected to electricity.
Wow.
And on ICT, we were also priding ourselves that, yes, even on mobile money transfers, we were ahead even of the developed world in matters of management of money through the internet. I mean, through mobile facilities. But COVID only accelerated the desire to do much more and to appreciate that there are disadvantaged sectors that needed uplift, needed special attention, so that when education is done online, it is for all students, irrespective of their socio-economic status. Mm-hmm. Apart from the COVID situation, I mean, in Kenya, like quite a number of other countries in Africa, our primary education is free in all public schools. The government pays, parents don't pay. Education is equally free in high schools in Kenya, in all public schools, because the government pays. So desire to make education accessible and affordable to parents is there. That is why I was saying that the COVID may affect private schools to a large extent because of reduced earnings. Enrollments may reduce in private schools. Public schools will still continue to operate. But back to the question, I think it would be important that the Pan-African Digital Consortium floats the concept, the proposal, so that at least member states, especially from Africa, the Caribbean, can be able to respond, as I said, from an informed position.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I really love your idea of floating those ideas. Of course, you know, we as researchers and writers, it will come. We have no problem with that. The question is sustainability. The question is follow-up. The question is the bureaucracy, Your Excellency. And as we are dealing with the bureaucracy, another pandemic may be on the horizon. I love the success story from Kenya. But again, look at the neighboring countries. Look at the other countries. We learned about how people love their jobs. We learned about how other countries were relying on the radio and TV. How do we make sure that this does not happen again, that what one country has, they can share with other countries, so that we should not be on the losing side when another pandemic strikes? So that is really why this symposium is very important, Your Excellency. It is the idea that what the success story, like the power grid you talk about in Kenya, but some people are losing power in another African countries, you know. So I'm going to South Africa. My sister is there smiling. So I really want us, we have the gurus on the continent. We have Dangote, we have the Mo Ibrahim. There is money on the continent. There is no reason for us to suffer this issue of online learning again in the next future. I know you are going to talk to us about some of the success story of South Africa, but we're trying to see how everybody, including the other countries, HBCUs, and also universities in the Caribbean can benefit. Thank you, my sister. You have the floor. You can go ahead. Mm-hmm.
No, Professor, let me start by saying we are government representatives, and therefore we cannot escape bureaucracy. Anything and everything that we do flows from a political will and
yes.
policies.
Yes.
And there is no short-circuiting that cycle. I think I want to align myself to the ambassador of Kenya, Ambassador Amayo. We need to know about the plans of this consortium. We need to know about the plans of this consortium, but also that just for South Africa, and I want to be practical if I could, is that we already have political will in South Africa. As you would know, we have the National Development Plan, which already envisions the access to high quality education and training for South African youth. So we do have policies. We also have a South African white paper for post-school education and training, which recognizes internationalization of higher education, and that already promotes partnership. So we are willing as Africa to partner. But what is key for us is that as South Africa and other African countries that are here, we are international players and we subscribe to multilateralism. And therefore, there is no way that this consortium could be planned and be implemented in isolation to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal,
okay,
and Chapter 4, which underlines or underscores the inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. So it needs to find itself within that context, because that's how we are subscribed. Whatever that we do, we subscribe to the UN SDGs, but equally so, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa. So whatever that we do needs to also align to the Continental Strategy.
Okay.
But let me come in and say practically. In South Africa, for instance, President Ramaphosa was the chairperson of the AU in 2020, when this COVID hit the globe. One of the things that the president drove is one of his focal areas. He championed mobilization of resources and support for COVID-19 to make sure that there's access not only for South Africa, but for the continent, as the chair of the AU 2020. He makes sure that government, business community, academia, research institutions, civil society, international organization, IMF, World Bank, all of them, the developmental banks, including African countries, come together to make sure that we have resources, but also that we intentionally fight for access for vaccine.
Good.
That is an example that we can replicate.
Okay.
In ensuring that we plan and implement this consortium, but it must be within that context of the UN and the African strategies and the vision. Otherwise, it should not be in isolation. It'll be found wanting if it's done in isolation. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you. Now, for the question and answer, there are a series of them. And I could see most of them are coming from professors. I could see the doctors and professors. There's one question here that I think we should start with, and anybody can step in. But I would like that Fiasco Nje could start with it. They said, oh, the question is from Dr. Esther Lisanza. I don't know what part of the world, but she says, Honorable Ambassadors, are there efforts by your governments to produce technological devices in Africa so as not to always depend on the West, to Europe, America, and China, and you name it? Fias Konje. No, unmute, please, unmute. Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor. The issue of the pandemic and the way it has affected education, it is something that our governments are still recuperating from in order to address the scars that it has left, but also to address maybe in the event there are any future outbreaks, how to better prepare for it. In the Gambia, I know the issue of connectivity and infrastructure is being taken very seriously. Government is working right now to provide cheap, reliable, and stable internet across the country, especially in rural areas, because like I had mentioned in my introductory remark, there was an attempt to start school online, but because of the connectivity and also because of the digital literacy education that students did not have was also a challenge. So all that is being looked at to see how to better address it in the future, but also to incorporate those things also now into the curriculums so that when it hits again teachers, schools, and government are better prepared to address the situation.
Good. Any other response? Any of the excellencies can jump in before I go to the second question. There are a series of questions.
If I may, I would like to mention the example of a young Guinean who was living in the US, went back home, and he has invented a device for medical checkup.
Wow.
Yeah, Mr. Keita Muntaga. So this 2 years ago, he invented that, and he started to work with some private clinics, but he need partnership to market his product. So this means that we have problems to fund research for invention, but even when it is there, you need to have partners for marketing. Yeah, if I may add something, I do believe that PPP could help resolve the funding of infrastructure in Africa. And the Pan-African Digital Consortium could be a good complement of the African Free Trade Agreement. Africa is going to be a one single market. Being a one single market require that we have more or less some basic foundation for education. Because when it comes to market, you need to have well-educated people able to work with all African countries freely with the same tools, the same basic knowledge. So I do believe that I would like to refer to what my colleague said. Our government need to be exposed to this Pan-African Digital Consortium to see how it could fit into our own program, be it in the African Vision 2063, or simply in this African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Thank you.
Good, thank you so much. Yeah, I just wanted to read the next question. Anyway, you can go ahead, Your Excellency. Go ahead, Amayo.
No, thank you very much. I just wanted to appreciate the question by Linsa, I don't know how to pronounce it, Linsasa.
It's Lisanza.
Lisanza,
yes.
Just to comment. One, to say that there are a lot of innovations that are also done in Africa or in many of our countries that perhaps may not be getting publicity in the magnitude of what you have from the West. But I agree with the questioner that we need to dedicate funds for research and development and not to rely on support from partners and friends from the West.
Good.
Because that may not be sustainable.
Good.
And also, if the funding is external, sometimes even the outcome of the research may also not be fully yours. And so I agree with him that it is important that the particular attention be given to budgetary allocation, not only from the public sector, but also from the private sector. And that calls for partnership for us to move us to the next level. And this is where the Pan-African Consortium comes in. With the digital learning, digital provisions created, it will also make it possible for us to benefit from what we'll now call brain circulation as opposed to brain drain. Before we used to talk of brain drain of Africans who had gone to the West are not coming back, but with digital technology now, at least we can be able to benefit from the diaspora from wherever they are. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Your Excellency. And just to add on that, that terminologies that you mentioned, brain circulation, brain drain, we've added another one. We call it brain gain. So it's brain gain, brain drain, brain circulation. So it's a triangulated form of vision now. Thank you so much. All right. I just want to, before I go to the next question, which is extremely challenging, and I really want you guys to pitch in here. I want to thank His Excellency Yansane with that example of a young Ghanaian who came back home and did something very spectacular. And if the governments in your various countries can fund something like that, then slowly, slowly we can get away from the cocoon of the West. Look at what happened with Facebook. When Facebook was affected, WhatsApp could not operate. I could not call relatives in Africa. Why? Because we're still depending on the West, you know. But if we fund initiatives by young men like that, we'll be fine. This question is coming from Peace Musimenta. Very interesting question. And listen, please. As we target capacity building for students to use ICT gadgets, what are efforts in place for sensitizing parents and guardians to accept the new normal as the way to go? The new normal here being, of course, online learning, because you know not everybody likes online learning. For example, how do you convince a parent to believe that the internet data is a new uniform or part of the scholarship material? Anybody can step up now.
Let me try.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a parent.
Yes.
I'm a parent, but I think it helps that I was born at a time where I understand the importance of data.
Good.
You know, for Africa, we still have parents that may understand the importance of provision of data for their children to be able to learn, but are unable to afford it.
Okay.
So they're willing, but they're unable. And then you will have parents that are able and willing and therefore will provide.
Wow.
In the case of South Africa, we still have a very high prevalence of inequality. You have a lot of students that are in universities that I've mentioned in previously disadvantaged provinces of Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo. How do you convince a parent that does not earn much to also save money for data when they are fighting for money to put food on the table?
Wow, that is it.
It then calls for government to come in because in the midst of COVID, we had so many conflicting priorities. And priority number one was to stop the spread of COVID. Therefore, you needed all resources to make sure that you stop the spread of COVID. The other priority was to make sure that if you at least try to minimize the impact of COVID, you'll be able to focus on your economic recovery. A lot of African countries have been hit hard by COVID, and therefore our economic growth has been very sluggish, very slow. So COVID caught us with a challenge already of economic growth. Now, once you have economic growth, you'll be able to provide employment. Once parents are employed, they'll be able to provide these things. So hence I'm saying, for us, it was an all government approach that makes sure that government provides those parents that can afford. Some institutions of higher learning you also have businesses that came in. So it's a whole government approach, but also we need to understand the context in which our countries operate, and it'll take time for us to recover. But as I said, data for learning is quite important. We also relied on these network mobile companies to really reduce the cost of data so that they can enable students to provide data. So it's an all approach beyond what some of the parents can or cannot afford.
Your Excellency, don't you think that this data can also come from Africans? The data should not only come from the West. Is that not so? All right. Your Excellency, Amayo, what do you think about it? This is very challenging, honestly.
I think, Lee, it is not West versus Africa, because the West has not stopped Africa from developing its own programs.
Good.
And so what we are saying is we welcome collaboration and partnerships that we have with our friends in the West, in the East. But at the end of the day, let us continue with our national, sub-regional, and continental approaches to these issues that are pertinent to us in Africa. It is not West versus Africa or so. No, it is, yes, we continue to have collaboration with friends and partners in the West, but it is important for us to develop our own capacities from within, both at sub-regional, regional, or even national levels. That's what I wanted to say in this case.
Okay, all right, okay. Yes, my brother. She's Konje.
Yes, what I wanted to add to the previous speakers regarding this question by Peace is that in the context of the Gambia, I would not think that it will be of a too tough to convince parents for internet data. But as we know, like the ambassador of South Africa mentioned, there are competing priorities when things of this nature come by in our societies. Parents obviously first have an obligation maybe to feed their kids before thinking of internet data. Maybe it's not that they're not willing, but they rather maybe divert those funds maybe to put food on the table for the kids. What we have noticed in the Gambia during this pandemic, and I was in Gambia I think 2 weeks ago, and I can bear witness to that, is that the cost of data is extremely expensive. You can recharge your phone maybe for $10 or even $5. In 30 minutes watching a YouTube video, your data would be finished.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So those are the challenges. And more than half of the population in Gambia live below the poverty line. So that would not be something that will be accessible to them, for instance. So the cost associated with them, and like what the other ambassadors have mentioned, public-private partnership has to come into play. For internet connectivity, for the cost of data, and also for the material itself that the children will need to be able to carry out their education virtually. Not every kid has a computer, especially in the rural areas, or a laptop, or maybe they don't even know how to turn on a computer or even how to use it. Those are the challenges that are also there. But the question of convincing parents that internet data is, that they should be paying internet data, I don't think that, in my own opinion, that would be too challenging.
Okay, good. All right, we thank you so much. I really want to thank you, Your Excellencies, for giving us perspective to research about, to think about, to teach about, honestly, because as I said, there are a lot of professors on this forum and also students. There's a question here from Anne Naiso. How are we, different countries, going to remain unique with their curriculum as they embrace digital learning? What are some of the important things we need to put into consideration as we embrace change? This is very important, as we embrace change and then curriculum at the same time, especially African culture. Anybody want to step in? You're free.
No, like I said, if I may, we are embarking on a single market. We need to have a strong foundation for that. We need to have infrastructure, but we need to have also education, training. I think if we could try to harmonize the curricula of our university, of our education system, it could be a very, very strong direction for the single market. So, of course, it's at early stage. We may need to start by the sub-region and then move to the region. This is my comment. Thank you.
Good, good, good. Any other contribution to that?
Thank you, Professor Langmere. That's a very important question, but I believe it might require another subcommittee of Pan-African Digital Consortium to look at it, because even when you talk of harmonizing curriculum within even a country, with universities ranging from some have 50 to 100 or 200 universities, it's a tall order. Maybe the academics would be able to give us the working document to look at. Because when you talk of countries, to harmonize curriculum per se, for African countries, varied as they are at the moment, I think it's a question of adapting what you have, looking at your local situation, the demands within the country, within the sub-region, and even as Dr. Kerfala was talking about, tying it to the African agenda and the global community, because we are now a global village. Yes. So I may not have a direct answer to it now, but I'm thinking it's a tall order that requires a bit of analysis.
I totally agree.
And come out with for what purpose. There must be need. It must be need driven. But I said is food for thought. Maybe if it is floated, we'll be able to look at it.
It's really food for thought.
With our experts too.
Yeah, this one from Dr. Angelina Arrington. Good morning, honorable guests. Have there been a consideration of partnerships with network services to provide discounted or free services according to income in your various countries? Alternatively, has there been progress on the development of local solutions for improving the network infrastructure and making it more accessible to all? Thank you for your response. This is from Dr. Angelina Arrington. The mic is open. Whoever wants to jump into this.
I thought my sister from South Africa was to answer, but as she unmutes, let me just comment that it is an interesting aspect. Governments have been appealing to service providers to be able to make the services affordable.
Yes.
But I think we are here also in the realization that prices are largely market driven. There are several providers competing in the same market. We had removed price controls, and so if market forces were to work, that would have been appropriate. But in our situation, market forces alone would not be able to do the job at this critical hour, and so the onus is still on the government to be able to work towards making, as I said from the beginning, accessibility, not only accessibility, but also affordability.
Good, yes.
And affordability of internet facilities that are also reliable. And so in this case, I'm saying we may not have a single answer, but the onus is still on the public sector to be able to provide to the local and external consumers what is affordable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know our sister from South Africa may want to jump in, but I have another question which is really pertinent about South Africa, but go ahead.
No, it was just to give a practical example that the Competitions Board of South Africa is working very closely with mobile network companies to make sure that we regulate data prices, but also it's not an easy thing. So that is the intervention from government. And as Ambassador has indicated, it is anything and everything to do with market and market prices. So the government continues to embark on that. And I think now the call is even more given what COVID has brought all of us to make sure that if we are to go ahead with digital transformation for the country in so many sectors other than education, we need to make sure that the data or network infrastructure is really accessible and it's there. And one of the issues that we have at home, you may still have access to data. Government may provide laptops, but as you all know, that one of the challenges that we have as a country is the issue of energy accessibility, because the very same data and access works with energy. So it's something that we're dealing with as a country. And for us, it really talks about the infrastructure, and that's why it's important. And I think Ambassador Yasane has been very, very consistent in raising the issue of the Continental Free Trade Agreement of the continent. One of the things that we're trying to push is industrialization, and it's the realization that indeed we need the West, we need the East to make sure that we work on our infrastructure as the African continent. Thank you.
Good, thank you so much. Again, I want to thank those who are sending in the question. I know my sister, Dr. Anita Plumer, has a question. Please, if I don't read your question, it's because maybe in the discussion, the ambassadors touch on some of the issues that you are raising in your question. So please don't accuse me that I did not read your question. There is a question from Esther again, Dr. Esther Lisanza, and she says, Honorables, what role do you see African languages playing in the fight against COVID-19? Again, Honorables, what role do you see African languages playing in the fight against COVID-19?
I think there's no question that we can win the fight against the pandemics, be it COVID or Ebola, without having a very sound system of communication. And the first one is our own languages. So in Guinea, for Ebola, as well as for COVID, our government has to resort to our own languages to reach out the communities. The government has to use traditional communicators to actually explain to the people how to cope with the situation for social distancing, to covering the faces. So I think this is really a must. We cannot continue to use foreign language to be able to reach out our rural areas people. Even in suburban areas in Africa, a lot of people are illiterate. We need to talk to them in their own languages, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, my brother Osman Fiaskonje.
Professor, I think I would align myself with what the Honorable Ambassador from Guinea has mentioned. Communication is essential in the fight against COVID-19. And in our countries, especially in the rural areas, our local languages is what works. I know that in Gambia, there are several initiatives that was undertaken by government in local languages with signboards, talking to the elderly, to the elderlies in the rural areas, in the communities, so that they could sensitize the women and children as to COVID-19 and how to protect yourself from contracting the virus. There's also a hotline that government has put in place that is for local people that no English, but just local languages, where you could call and maybe ask questions, and where they would give you answers in local languages and guide you as to maybe what needs to be done and what can be done to be, what communities can do to prevent maybe COVID from spreading in their respective communities. So local languages is essential in the fight to stop COVID-19.
Thank you.
Just to add, Professor, is just to say that indeed, as you would know, in South Africa, we've got 11 recognized official languages. And therefore, it was important that during COVID-19, you disseminate to various parts of the country in the languages in which people will understand.
Okay. Good.
Because there was no need to use the common medium, which is English, for instance, in rural areas, because nobody will understand you when you talk about social distancing, any other interpretation. But using that also requires resources. And therefore, for us, we had to rely, for instance, on the Media and Development Diversity Agency to provide just 20 million to translate some of the communication articles, news, so that it reaches out to people. So anything that we do, it's recognition that really we need to reach out to as many people as you could, but you also need to put resources into it.
Good. Yes, Your Excellency, Amayo.
I don't think I have anything else to add.
All right, okay. All right, I just want to say, normally, I always start when I'm addressing my people from the continent of Africa or Blacks in general. I always apologize to the ancestors for using the colonialist language. And I usually pause and wait for that apology to be given to me by the ancestors before I go into the English, because you see, this issue of language is very pertinent. This was a language imposed on us, but now we are now using that language as our official communication language. And so pandemic comes, we now have to now translate, can you imagine, interpret and put resources. So we really have an issue ahead of us. And I am a proponent, I don't want to put it off, pushing Kiswahili as a language for the Black people. I don't know how far it will go, but we as the Black people need to have our own language. So that when this pandemic comes, we don't need to put resources to translate and interpret, but we just use Kiswahili and it goes on. That's just what I wanted to say. All right, we have 2 more minutes. I just want to now hear the last words from the Ambassadors, I'll be starting with Ambassador Yansane. Your closing remarks before we can wrap up at 10:45. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I do believe that challenges should be used as opportunities by Africa. We used to be overwhelmed by problems, and we used to sit down and cry. Now we're mature. We need to really face what is before us. Today, there is no charity, no friendship, only interest.
Thank you.
Take our destiny in our hands and see what we can get from this digital technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good. 1 minute each, please, Ambassador Mayo.
No, thank you very much for convening this symposium. We look forward to subsequent ones. But let me, in conclusion, say that COVID-19 crisis has created an opportunity for us, the present generation, to reimagine and recalibrate education, but it is the most powerful tool that informs our future potential better than health and economic activity. And so without immediate action now, our future will be dull. And so we welcome efforts that you're making for partnerships between the Africans and persons of African origin in our development agenda, in line with the African Union's 2063 agenda. And in this regard, we thank you and look forward to meeting you again.
Thank you so much,
Langmia, thank you for promoting Kiswahili.
Yes.
The advantage of Kiswahili is that it doesn't belong to any particular ethnic group. It doesn't belong to any country.
Good.
So it will not be imposing the language on anybody else. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Fiskonje.
Thank you very much, Professor, for inviting again the Embassy of the Gambia to take part in this important symposium. We very much welcome the initiative of the Pan-African Digital Consortium, and we look forward to receiving the document so we can study it and share with folks back at Capitol and see what they think of it. We hope that it is something that can be implemented in concert with all African countries for the betterment of the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Last but certainly not the least, of course, my sister from South Africa, Honorable Mbeki.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think while the digital learning may be beneficial for developing countries, whether it's in Africa, the Caribbean, or the African diaspora in the US, it really is very critical that it must suit the context of all the students within the HBCU community. Addressing common digital learning challenges through partnerships such as the PADC, it is very critical. However, it requires that it be aligned within the strategies of the UN and Africa through the Africa AU 2063 agenda, but also requires some flexibility in approach, given that we are from different regional and we have regional capabilities that are not the same, albeit our same developmental agenda. So it's just to balance what we want to achieve with the current context within our different region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. And just to close, I will say, Honorable Yansane, merci beaucoup. Je parle aussi français.
Merci.
And I also tell Ambassador Amayo, asante sana. As I told you, I really want to push this Kiswahili. And of course, all I will say, Ubuntu. Thank you all, and thank you so much. The comments that are coming in, they are saying you guys were so great. I can't read all of it. Thank you, ambassadors. You were excellent with all your answers. We look forward to seeing you again. Another comment, you were great people, bravo. So we really want to thank you guys for spending your time with us, and we look forward again, maybe sometime. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Langnia, for capably moderating this important panel of our diplomats representing African countries here in the United States of America.
Good.
Excellencies, thank you very much on behalf of the organizing committee of this symposium. You shared with us and the audience very critical and insightful perspectives, reflections, recommendations. And we would like, as the organizing committee, as the organizers of this symposium, we are very pleased to learn from you that you are open for us to follow up with your embassies, seek your support and guidance as we engage your respective countries and governments and have them be among the architects of the continental-wide partnerships that we would like to build so that we can bring to fruition the Pan-African Digital Consortium in a timely and methodical manner. Lastly, I would like also to point out that, Excellencies, we would like to follow up with your embassies as we collect the papers presented throughout this symposium and vet them for publication in the first issue of the Howard Journal of African Studies that the Department of African Studies is creating in partnership with other departments at Howard University. And we want your reflections here at the symposium to hold a key, to be a key component of the special issue of the Howard Journal of African Studies. Again, Excellencies, thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you.
So at this time, I would like to invite the Carnegie Distinguished Panel to present on digital learning in African doctoral training networks, adaptation to the pandemic, or a new normal. And Ms. Andrea Johnson of the Carnegie Corporation's International Program will introduce the panelists and kindly moderate the panel. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Professor Kamara, and greetings to everyone. I won't attempt to talk across time zones, so just let me extend greetings to everyone who is participating. I'm very pleased and thank the organizers very much for accepting this panel. When I was talking with my colleagues, who you'll hear from, we thought it might be interesting for this group to hear something about what actually happened with two network programs that were in progress when the COVID pandemic hit and seriously disrupted travel, and what they had to do to keep their operations going. Both of these networks that will be featured today, they cross borders, not just African borders, but in some cases international borders as well. They involve a number of African universities, also a few research centers. So my job here is simply to introduce today's speakers, and then I will hand over the proceedings to our discussant. I'll let them introduce themselves, just to say that Dr. Flora Karimi is a manager of the Consortium for Advanced Research Training in Africa, which is a 10-year-old network, so was already well established before COVID hit and had to scramble to move into the digital. Dr. Beatrice Muganda, who is the Director of Higher Education at the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, who had, as it happened, PASGAR has just started a doctoral program. So in some respects, it's almost born digital. They just started operations in late 2019. But Dr. Muganda also has been leading for several years now the Pedagogical Leadership in Africa program, which just happened to feature aspects of online education. And our discussant will be, who will actually take over the moderating, is Dr. Nicola Palet from Rhodes University in South Africa. So we actually have Kenya, 2, and South Africa for this panel. But I think if the 3 of you, starting with Flora, could just give a brief introduction. The next step will be for each of the networks to have a brief presentation so that you who are participating will have a better idea of what they are and what they're trying to do. And then Dr. Palet will engage in a conversation. Dr. Palet also is part of a corporation-supported effort called Emerge Africa, which is a professional home on the continent for education technologists and those who are practicing distance and blended learning. So please, Flora, a brief introduction.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the organizers, and thank you, Andrea, for inviting us to participate in this particular conversation around the digital consortium that is under consideration. So I want to introduce the CATA program. My consortium is called the Consortium for Advanced Research Training in Africa. It's a consortium that began in the year 2008 and was informed by quite a number of activities, just in the same way that we are meeting today. And we are having this whole conversation about how do we come up with a digital consortium. Such a conversation took place in the year 2008, whereby different universities came together to discuss how do we push forward the agenda of research? How do we push forward the agenda of research capacity strengthening within the African region? And so some of the aspects that led to this consortium were based on the fact that we were experiencing a lot of universities being burdened by so many aspects to do with the expansion that was going on in the universities, yet they had limited resources. Similar to the discussions we are having today, the fact that we needed or we were demanding for quality in the kind of education that was going on within the African region, and the diversification of the provision of education in terms of online learning, face-to-face, and I believe such a conversation is still very much alive. This particular conversation. We also, I can't even say we were cut at that time. The different institutions had come together to look at the limited capacities that there were within the different universities and to see how we could promote the universities and the postgraduate students to become globally competitive. There was also the fact that African universities were lagging behind at that particular moment in terms of resources, human resources, research outputs, and also innovations. And generally, there was a weak preparation for the next generation of African scholars. So it is with that in mind that the Consortium for Advanced Research Training in Africa was formulated at that time. And the theory of change, or the theory behind what direction should be taken, was based on the fact that there was need for a critical mass of well-trained and motivated researchers who would be able to be in a conducive environment and push on research within the African region and research for the African region. And secondly, those need for institutional-based change agents who would be able to train the next generation of African researchers who are coming on board so that we could have a shift to research intense institutions. So having said that, I'll ask Nicola to just share the PowerPoint presentation. There's a presentation which has more details and that I'll focus on at this time. Nicola. Thank you. Thank you for that. I think we're on slide 2. So I was just touching on the Kata program and making an introduction. I know I have touched on an overview of the program. And just to mention that when Kata was formed in 2008, our main aim was to look at how do we make African universities globally competitive? How do we make sure that we have multidisciplinary kind of research taking place within the African region, so that the kind of research that was taking place would not only be geared towards a particular disciplinary area, but would be able to take all the components of a particular developmental need and push towards having multidisciplinary kind of research that would influence population and health and public health within the African region. And thirdly, our aim was to look at how to make our researchers in Africa internationally recognized. So that was the gist behind the Kata program coming on board. And so even as we thought of the Kata program, the main aspects that we're thinking of is how do we enhance shared resources and expertise within the consortium, whatever consortium was going to come at that particular time. How do we share our resources? How do we partner? And those are the same discussions that we are having at this time. How do we have equitable and mutual respect for the different partners? And so based on those discussions, Kata currently has 8 partner institutions in Africa in terms of universities, 4 African research institutions, and also 9 non-African institutions. And again, we've also shared the theory of change, which I have tried to bring up even as I was introducing the Kata program, in terms of we had the goal of improving or impacting the public universities in such a way that they become centers of research excellence, an area that was not really the focus of Africa at that particular time. And secondly, we wanted to develop this critical mass of African research leaders who could be able to develop research in Africa and for Africa. And thirdly, we considered the fact that we needed to strengthen research within our institutions and improve on the research ecosystems for purposes of supporting research and supporting the early career researchers who are coming on board. And so we had different strategies in place. And the Kata strategy has developed since the year 2008, with every 5 years having a different strategy or having a build-up on what we have learned over time. So we are currently in the 3rd phase of Kata, which we are calling Kata 2025. And based on the learnings that we have in the previous years, we are now focusing on continuing to maintain a pipeline of high quality early careers, enhancing engagements that are taking place between the Kata researchers and the community. We are also creating research hubs and also maintaining mainstreaming research innovations within our institutions. And so we have an outcome that we are expecting to get at the end. We are expecting to have skilled early career researchers at the end of the whole process that we are involved in. We're also expecting to build research teams. And I think that's a discussion that we're having around collaborations. So for us, we aim at building our collaborations in such a way that we can enhance our research teams. We are also aiming, or we have even started having conducive environments within our Kata institutions for research to be able to take place. And at the end of it all, we believe that we'll be able to have quality scientific research and engagements taking place within the African region. And we are aiming at the end of this whole process, then we will have research leaders and we'll have strengthened institutions that now go through the vicious circle again of building our early career researchers, strengthening research teams, being able to strengthen the environments within the universities, and more engagement taking place. So that's generally what we hope to achieve at the end of the lifespan of Kata. Next slide, please. So based on that, I think our main aim as Kata is to really look at how to improve the universities and also improve the journey that an early career researcher would take, all the way from receiving a PhD fellowship. And for Kata, we really focus on bringing on board fellows who are within the specific universities who are partnering with Kata, so that they can be able to go back to those institutions and create the change that is needed within the institutions. So they will become the agents of change within the specific institutions. And so for that purpose, we take time to build our fellows up. We take time to take them through joint advanced seminars. The assumption that Kata makes is that we may not be having enough capacities within the universities to strengthen the research capacities of the fellows. So we hold seminars, which are compulsory for all the fellows to go through, seminars that are supposed to help them become better researchers beyond what is provided in their specific institutions. Maybe a point that I should have made at this point is that within the African institutions, a Kata fellow who can come from any one of the partner institutions is free to go for his or her doctoral program in any one of the institutions that are engaged in the Kata program. So we have a lot of sharing of resources, sharing of staff members, sharing of equipment across the Kata partner institutions. We also believe that after a fellow has graduated and they have their PhD qualifications with them, then we need to continuously build their capacities to be able to come up with grant proposals that can be funded by different people. So we train our fellows, we train our graduates on how to write grant proposals, how to become research leaders. And we also provide them with postdoctoral opportunities, a concept that was not too alive in Africa before, but one that we are trying to push for, whereby we are able to see these early career researchers not just go back to the institutions and remain as lecturers, but also build up their research career. And so we offer research, we offer postdoctoral opportunities for the fellows. So in a nutshell, as I mentioned before, Kata began in the year 2008. And as I mentioned, we wanted to really build the African fellows capacities or African institutions capacities and have an African-based, African-led initiative that will be able to impact on what is happening in the universities, what is happening in the specific scholars' lives as individuals working in the African region. As it is of date, this is the 12th year since Kata was formulated. We've seen 10 cohorts on board. We've seen a total of 228 fellows on board who are still actively involved in the Kata program. I think one aspect that we really pride in is the fact that we've been able to have gender equity, and we have 43% of the fellows being male, while 57% are female. That's at the doctoral level. For us, that's a big achievement, and we really credit this to the different initiatives that we have put in place. We also have experienced 115. I know what we have on record right now is 112 graduates, but as days go by, in the last 2 weeks, we have had 3 more fellows graduate. And so we have 115 graduates in the Kata program. We've also given postdoc opportunities to 18 of our fellows, and also allow them to go for a slightly different postdoc opportunity that we refer to as research re-entry grants, whereby fellows are given grants to run, and they are given opportunities to mentor younger fellows coming on board, and also to be mentored in the area of being research leaders. And we're proud that our fellows have really been able to publish, and we have over 1,200 publications that have come from our fellows, and also fellows have been able to win external funds to support their research work. And so we have about 22 million that our USD that our fellows have been able to raise. What are we proud of as CATA? Just in a nutshell, we are proud of the fact that we are able to bring on board African partner institutions to push the African agenda. We are proud of the fact that we have been able to bring on board our northern partners to support us to be able to push the CATA agenda and to see an improvement in what is happening in the African context. We're also proud of the fact that we've been able to build the capacities of both our individuals, that's our fellows, and also the institutions. And I believe we will be able to have a conversation around that, even as we continue in this discussion. We're also proud of the fact that our interventions have been tested, and they've been found to be a proof of concept of one that is able to push early career researchers to become research leaders. So we've continued having our program evaluated. We have continued having our systems looked into by different sources, and we can proudly say that we have had a success in the area of postgraduate training, in the area of doctoral training, and also in the area of influencing what is happening in the universities to make them research-intensive universities in Africa. So our focus has really been on building our early career researchers to become research leaders, and to support them through different programs, through structured advanced training, through mentorship, through supervision, through postdoctoral opportunities, through graduate workshops, and through our latest concept, which is research hubs, so that they can be able to be mentored to become the kind of research leaders we expect them to be. And we've also built on the fact that we can have intergenerational transfer of skills, knowledge, and culture as we come from one cohort to the next within the CATA community. So in a nutshell, that's what I will say.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Dr. Muganda, a brief word on PASGAR doctoral program and PEDAL.
Thank you very much. Beatrice Muganda. I work for the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, PASGAR. And just allow me to give you a small introduction to PASGAR. It was pioneered through concerns of the relative underrepresentation of African voices, as well as research evidence from the continent by Africans in the development discourse concerning the continent. And so as PASGAR, we were established to work with a wide range of stakeholders, including from the research and policy communities to also including the civil society, public and private sector, to generate evidence that informs public policy. And so our programs carry this philosophy, and we do undertake research. We also have programs that build research competencies. And in the higher education program, we deal with a pipeline that produces the next generation of public policy leaders, researchers, and policy actors. And so very grateful to be here, to be considered by Carnegie Corporation of New York, to share our experience with the Doctor of Philosophy in Public Policy Network, which we call the DPP. As you can see from the map, the DPP network serves the entire continent. However, from the highlighted three red spots, in West Africa, we have a hub at the University of Ibadan. In East Africa, we have a hub at the University of Nairobi. And in Southern Africa, we have a hub at the University of Pretoria. These hubs serve the interests of early career professionals and graduate students who are interested in developing a career in public policy to generate evidence that informs public policy. So these universities work together to admit students, master's students, early career professionals from across the continent. So they collaborate to design and implement the Doctor of Public Policy program. Yet another concern is what's coming out of our universities. And so because of this, they have also paid attention to the way that faculty teach. And so there's focus on new practices and approaches in delivering the Doctor of Public Policy courses. The goal is, of course, to enhance capacity for the generation and use of research that informs public policy. And this will be seen in sound public policies across the network, across sectors, and strategic programs. So in the long run, we hope to see governance and social policy improvements in Africa, enhanced governance outcomes, public participation, accountability, enhanced social outcomes, better health outcomes, more literate, more educated Africans who get jobs or build their own work, employ others, and contribute to the economic development and social transformation of their countries. So we are very grateful to the Carnegie Corporation of New York. Through their generous support, we have all the students on the program on scholarships, research grants as well. They also support academics, the faculty, to train in pedagogical leadership in Africa program, which I'll talk about in a short while. There's also training in research methods and supervisors training as well. So the next slide, please. I am now going to draw a link between the doctoral network, the DPP network, and the Pedagogical Leadership in Africa program, which is designed to enhance, among other things, the DPP, the Doctoral Public Policy Network outcomes. So a little bit of background. When we designed the doctoral program in public policy and the founding program, which is the Master of Research and Public Policy program, we knew that it cannot be business as usual when it comes to teaching and learning. It can't be about the yellow notes. It can't be about talk and chalk. No, we had to push students, to help the faculty to push students to engage the issues, to engage the actors, to look across sectors, to engage different social science disciplines, that to talk the multifaceted nature of public policy. And so we paid a lot of attention to the training of faculty to embrace learner-centered teaching and learning, to embrace active learning. This was achieved through a program that has been embraced as an African innovation with 6 building blocks. Transformative curriculum. Curriculum is content, but we have to work through it to enable students build the competencies that are desired. Pedagogical strategies. Taking academics through a journey of self-reflection. What are your beliefs about teaching and learning? And how does this compare with what theory tells us about how students learn? Then innovative assessment strategies, technology-enhanced learning, pedagogical leadership. When you have been empowered, go out and empower others so that we can achieve systemic change. Then there's the component on technology-enhanced learning. COVID happens. When COVID happens, we took this building block of technology-enhanced learning and blew it up. So it became the house for all the 6 building blocks. And there, we introduced a new paradigm shift in teaching and learning at our universities. And of course, remember, this is also being used to enhance outcomes for our 3 hubs, University of Pretoria, University of Nairobi, and University of Ibadan. Along that, also, we partner with the Institute of Development Studies at the University of Sussex and other networks like the African Research Universities Alliance and the Master of Research and Public Policy program, which, as I mentioned, is the founding program for the Doctoral in Public Policy Network. And they are so interconnected that students from the MRPP have a chance to advance their trajectory through the DPP, but not only students from the MRPP, early career researchers, other graduates from other programs who wish to resolve developmental challenges of their countries through a sound public policy. So how do you engage the issues? How do we help the academics to drive these competencies that we require? We took them through the process of course planning, course design. How do you design a course to be delivered online? How do you facilitate a course online creatively? And of course, innovative assessment. There has been a lot of discussion on online learning. But colleagues have understood that we're coming from a situation whereby online learning was understood as putting notes on a learning management system that are then downloaded, or putting slides on a learning management system that are then downloaded. So we came in with a completely different innovation, whereby we are using technology to drive pedagogy. And so there are tools that are afforded, like Jamboards, like wikis, discussion forums, journals. How do we use all of these resources to enrich the learning experience? And out of this, we have new products. We have our colleagues who come up and redesign their courses, make them more productive. They also collaborate, and this collaboration moves out to collaboration around research and other activities in the universities and across universities. Virtual staff exchange, drawing upon the expertise across the network. And we have done this on a very limited budget, of course, with the support from the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, as well as the Carnegie Corporation of New York. What has really driven, what has made us thrive, and I really want to shout this out, is African values, mutual dependability, standing in solidarity to support those who may be less endowed. So we have our colleagues who are trained, training others, carrying on this innovation to replicate in their universities, and universities taking it upon themselves to mainstream this innovation. We are very proud to say that PADC has been embraced as an African innovation. There's full ownership, and the universities are embedding it in their system to become regional hubs for pedagogical training. And through this visibility of PADC, there is exposure to other PASC programs, including the doctoral program in public policy. And there's appetite for growth and sustainability of this network. I mentioned Arua, so there's potential to expand through Arua because we have this huge convening power. There's potential to expand also through the RU Forum, Regional Forum for Capacity Building in Agriculture. So the potential for growth because of this huge convening power is massive. We had colleagues talking about African innovations and using resources from the continent. PADC and DPP network have challenged others in terms of unlocking the resources on the continent, resources in terms of knowledge, resources in terms of what colleagues can give to grow a network, to share resources, academic knowledge, all the new tools that they have, they're sharing across the network. And we as PADC, and then embedding that whole training system in the universities. So there's the capacity for growth not only for DPP, but also growth for PADC. All we need is your support, your African values to grow this network and to grow PADC. I thank you for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Muganda. Now, Dr. Nicola Pellet will lead our panelists through a discussion about, you had these wonderful programs and then the pandemic hit. So what has happened? So Dr. Pellet, please.
Thank you very much, Andrea, and also to Beatrice and Flora. It is clear from both of your presentations that there is a great need for improving postgraduate research and training in African countries, and you're both addressing this through your programs. As part of your work, you've developed particular approaches to support and adapted some of these through digital learning, especially now with the pandemic. So I think just let's start off with that theme. And I was wondering if you could please tell us more about how your programs made use of approaches to digital learning in response to the pandemic. Perhaps you were also using some of these before, or had to adapt some of your existing practices. So Beatrice, Flora, I'm happy for either of you to go first when you are ready.
Thank you. Maybe I'll go first because it would just be a repetition of what I said. So in a nutshell, we moved the PEDAL face-to-face, the Pedagogical Leadership in Africa program that was face-to-face. It was a 7-day program online. So moving it online therefore meant that we increased the number of days. So we moved it from a 7-day face-to-face program to a 3-week face-to-face online program with a mix of synchronous and asynchronous sessions, and an option for another week for advanced training. So this was advantageous in that now the participants, our colleague academics, had more time to interact with the materials, as opposed to when we go into a university for a week, teach and leave. So like the people that we trained in June of 2020 can still access the materials. And our resource persons also are available to answer any questions, to provide guidance. So as opposed to what has been assumed that online learning is inferior, it is in fact very superior. It just requires the technique that we are teaching through PEDAL to make it more interactive, more collaborative, and more responsive to the context. So for example, our training is activity-based. The trainees go through a series of activities, and they engage African-based case studies scenarios. There's also a focus on diversity and inclusivity. And also there are certain deliverables. And because there's online learning and frequent engagement, we make sure that at the end of the course planning, for example, course design, they have redesigned and enriched a course outline. They have a model session plan for facilitation. They have rubrics, and they also have developed e-portfolios. So the experience through PEDAL is that actually the online has enriched the training. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just agree with Dr. Muganda. Most of what she has said, it really relates to what happened in Qatar when the pandemic took place. But let me just start off by mentioning the fact that even before the pandemic, and I think Dr. Muganda has referred to that, we were dealing with a level, a very small level of online space. And so we would have many assignments put on maybe the Google Drive or on the Google sites, or we would be involved in communicating with our fellows using emails. And so there was really very little interaction. And we would also track what the fellows were doing using a particular tracking system that we had at that time. And so in the year 2019, we started thinking of how do we make our resources more available? How do we digitize our content? And so we had 2 projects come on board around that particular time. One of them was dealing with the digitization of our academic, scientific writing methods that we had. And the other one had to do with this pedagogy of kata, which we have brought this far. How do we encourage other institutions to use the pedagogy of kata? And so we started digitizing that particular content for purposes of uploading it onto our website, and so that it can be available to our different users. So that's what we used to do before the pandemic came on board. So when the pandemic came on board, what happens is that we had to expedite the process of completing these two projects for purposes of having our various resources available in the different institutions. But beyond that, we also got to a space where we called upon our vice chancellors so that we could have a conversation around how do we move forward. There's been distractions in the programs, in the learning programs taking place in the universities. There's been, the fellows are not being supervised. The fellows cannot access the resources in their specific universities. And so we had this whole conversation with the vice chancellors on how do we move forward. And there was a lot of benchmarking and sharing of experiences through that meeting that made us realize that, or the different universities realize that there is a different way of doing business within the space of the online space that was available. And after that, we saw a lot of our universities start supporting the fellows in terms of giving them some internet bundles or connectivity that would support them in their houses. We saw a lot of online supervision come on board, something that before was more of a face-to-face kind of supervision. Now our students could be supervised through online space. We also saw the universities come up with policies and procedures on how to carry out examinations using online spaces, and also having defenses taking place of theses taking place online. So that for us was a big achievement. And later on, as the pandemic continued and everyone was asking, are we going to a new normal, or is this situation ending? Then we realized we needed to quickly also push our seminars to online space. And so we called on board an e-learning expert who came on board and helped us look for a strategy that would enable us push our courses online. And similar to what Dr. Muganda has referred to, we now had to lengthen or increase the duration of our courses. They were 4-week courses, but now we had to hold them for about 6 weeks instead. We increased the number of facilitators. We increased the number of assignments that would be given to our fellows. We also diversified the number of, the kind of approaches, learning approaches that we could have with the fellows. And so through that, our fellows have been able to go on with their programs. As it is right now, we've actually adapted, can I call it a blended learning approach, that includes the virtual learning space. It also includes the clinics that are given to our fellows, and also face-to-face in-country sessions. And so that has really helped our fellows be able to proceed in their learning process. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Beatrice and Flora. So you've shared a lot of adaptations that you started because of the pandemic. And I'm wondering, in your future plans, are there some that you plan on keeping, or some that you want to change further? Maybe you want to tell us more about the ones that you want to keep, and perhaps others that you want to change.
Dr. Pallet, I think what I can say is that with online and digital space coming to focus, one thing we appreciated is the fact that self-paced learning needed to be strengthened. And so with the digital space in place, then we are seeing our fellows engaging more with the learning that is taking place. We are seeing our fellows also learning new skills, the digital kind of skills. I think one aspect that has kept on lingering around us is the fact that the world has continuously talked about the 21st century skills. And for very long, that was just a word. Yeah, 21st century skills, 21st century skills, in addition to the fourth industrial revolution. But now with COVID having come on board, we were pushed into that space. We were pushed into more of critical thinking. We were pushed into adapting to new methods of doing business, as Beatrice has referred to it. So for us, we will continue with, as much as possible, whatever it is that we can adapt to the virtual learning space, we will continue with it, because we realize that with that space, our fellows are able to interrogate their learning more, and they are able to learn in a better environment using that space. However, having said that, I should mention the fact that there are particular areas that we are still struggling with, and we are still at that space where we are asking ourselves, does this need to go digital or not? For example, one of the aspects that we found of key interest to our fellows is the fact that they needed protected time to study and protected time to carry out their research. Now, when they are in their home environments, or when they are watching their screens, let me call it watching the screens, a digital space, then they'll get challenged because there are disruptions either from their families or from their other lecturers and colleagues. And so that whole aspect of giving the fellows protected time still became an area of concern to us, and an area that we are still exploring to see how best to take care of it. There's also the fatigue that comes with being on digital space, and I'm sure many of us can attest to that. When you're always on screen, by the end of the day, you are exhausted. And so for us, that challenge of the fatigue and stress levels that come from being on screen for too long, and also coming from having so many overwhelming assignments as a result of interacting on virtual space, also becomes an area that we're still exploring to see how better can we handle it if we are to push it to the digital space. The disconnect that takes place, I mean, I may be here sitting, and yet I may be very far from the group that is around us. So there's the possibility of having challenges in terms of interpersonal relationships that are taking place. There is the possibility that from time to time, the technology would go down. And so you're challenged by the fact that you cannot continue with a conversation. There's the aspect of the time zones that also becomes a challenge from time to time. And as I mentioned, the internet connectivity that can go in and out from time to time. The quality of our networks that were strong before are now being challenged. And we are asking ourselves, do we need more of face-to-face kind of conversations to be able to ensure that networks, collaborations are not broken in this whole situation? So I think in a nutshell, that is what I can say about what we hope to do moving forward.
Thank you very much. I'll pick up that conversation from the point of interpersonal relationships. Actually, for PEDL and the DPP network, we have realized that online has strengthened interpersonal relationships, because especially between the teachers, the lecturers, and the students. We are putting the lecturers through a system of training whereby they have to submit assignments under pressure. And sometimes they're not submitting assignments, sometimes they're not engaging, and we follow them up with calls, we follow them up in their mentorship teams. And so, they reflect on this experience and say, I will be more sympathetic to my student, I will be more understanding to my student. So this is something really positive that's coming out of this online experience for our faculty, as they can reflect and strengthen relationships with their students. And this will go a long way in maximizing learning outcomes as they provide more support to their students. But talking about what we keep and what we don't keep, we are keeping PEDL, and we are using it to strengthen the DPP network, because it has integrated education systems across best practices, from the East to the West to the South. You see, universities coming together to draw on these innovations and introduce or adapt their own contexts and their own subjects across it. We say PADL is a vessel that can be filled with any content. And so we always challenge academics. We are not telling you everything, but we are provoking you to stretch your creative capacities. And we've seen it happen. So it is a good thing. The only thing is that we've had a very high opportunity cost of engaging academics for 3 weeks, sometimes 4 weeks, against competing demands for their work, for their consultancy, for their supervision. And so as PADL goes into the universities, we can see a modularized approach so that, they can offer perhaps just the course design or the facilitation or the assessment as academics find the time to engage for a shorter period of time. Otherwise, it has been, we want to maintain the network effects as well. And so our conversations with our universities are that even as you take up the PADL, you need to continue supporting other universities, especially the less endowed universities that are not able to replicate the same in their own universities. And as a network, we have these resources that we are sharing. We have this expertise, again, driven by African values, who are willing to share their expertise for very little or at no cost. And so we see that brain gain, brain circulation across universities, and this is a good thing that we are also keeping. I'll leave it at that and pick up the conversation later.
Sorry, could I just add something? Beatrice has just made me think of something else. I think when I think of Qatar amidst all that is happening, one of the advantages that we have found out is that due to the pandemic and due to the digital space we have gotten into, then we do not have to focus on facilitators only coming from the African region, because now we can be able to extend our facilitation or have facilitators come from all other partner institutions we have within the consortium. So for us, that's really a benefit. And just the fact that as you think of the digital space, this may be something that is taking place at this time, but maybe it will be extended to the future. The fact that we have been forced, and I think it's the same thing that PADL has done, we've been forced to start thinking of how do we do things differently? How do we improve our curriculum? How do we improve on the kind of approaches that we have used before? So that reflective way of improving what is happening in terms of the learning system, that has been a benefit. And the fact that we have to unlearn some areas to be able to relearn other aspects, even as we get into the digital space that we are getting into. So indeed, the whole digital space has come with a lot of benefits to the education system as a whole. Thank you. Over.
Thank you so much. I think that's so fascinating. Also, it's very clear that you've both engaged in a lot of design considerations when you've been rethinking your programs, not just for the pandemic, but also beyond. And as you say, what you're going to take further, what are you going to keep, what is enhancing, and those sort of things. I thought we'd also look more closely at the supervision and mentoring that you spoke about. So traditionally, doctoral training is quite capacity intensive, with a one-to-one apprenticeship model being the dominant one, although now we get a lot of sort of team and group supervision that's emerging in fields other than the sciences where it's been popular for some time. And maybe it's time to revise some of these models of supervision and mentoring. So I thought I'd put the question to you, what do you think of these models, and what do you think might work for scaling mentorship and supervision? Perhaps you're already using some strategies to do so.
Dr. Pallet, yes, I will. I want to first allow me to disagree with you in terms of the area of intensity. And I'll just put it in a different way, that the the idea of doing a doctoral program or having a doctoral training going on demands that we have intense support, because we are at the apex of the academic, of academia as a whole. So in that case, it is expected, and I think it is required, that we actually invest heavily at this particular level. And for CATA per se, what we've done is noting, also taking into consideration the fact that, yes, we have one-to-one apprenticing taking place, but we are able to further support our supervision and mentorship systems through having our facilitators avail themselves in different advanced seminars that are taking place, so that then they can be able to support or give further assistance to the specific fellows who we are dealing with as part of, I can call it mentorship, beyond the formal supervision that is taking place in the institutions. And in addition to that, we have sessions whereby we take our supervisors through capacity strengthening activities, which build them as individuals to be able to go back to their students and assist the students as much as possible. So we from time to time have what I can call joint clinics that take place between our supervisors, the facilitators we are bringing on board from the entire CATA community, and the fellows or the students, for purposes of them working together as a team. And I think you've raised the issue of a team, for purposes of helping the students to be better in terms of their research outputs. So for us, having a lot of joint activities taking place, bringing on board the shared CATA facilitators to be able to guide the students or the fellows, and also to be able to work with them, in addition to strengthening the capacities of the formal supervisors to do the same, has really been a strength in the supervision and mentorship component of CATA. Over to you.
Thank you. At the risk of repeating each and every word you've said, that is the best model and it works. And so also in the DPP network, we have adapted more or less the same. We have these joint seminars that bring together, again, the students and the facilitators, and they learn so much from each other. However, that said, I'd go really for the systems approach, whereby we look at the context, especially when it comes to public policy, because this is something that must be applied, that must respond to the context. And I would like a situation whereby we bring in more of the policy actors, the practitioners, government, business, to share their experiences, and if possible, take on some of these responsibilities for course supervision. So far, we have course supervision across the universities, especially like University of Nairobi working together with University of Pretoria, but we want to see more of the outside academia, the academics and the practitioners coming in as well. And so we are, exploring partnerships, again, with the private sector, public sector, to see how we strengthen this so that this systems approach works, and what comes out in terms of public policy is really applicable to get those governance and social policy improvements that we are targeting. Thank you.
Thank you both. So I'm hearing a lot about, sharing being essential for scaling, and not just sharing, but sharing more, having different sectors of the community involved. And what I'm also hearing, going back to earlier in the session, is that link with African values and Ubuntu. So that's very, very exciting. And building on the sharing, if we move on to collaboration, networking and relationships, which you also spoke about before. So these are collaboration and network building are both intra-African and beyond, are very key parts of both of your programs. And having done some research on cross-cultural collaborative research and engaging with some literature about it, I know it has been found to be quite a challenge, but some people have found creative ways around this, and these ways are emerging and also necessary. So what approaches to collaboration are you making use of in your program? So you told us a bit about partnerships, but I thought if we could just focus on that theme of collaboration strategies so that others could maybe learn from them.
Yes, so for the DPP network, really, we look at the thread, what are the connecting threads? And so public policy being multifaceted and being multidisciplinary, this multidisciplinary nature is very important, and it's a lever for collaboration. So you get the different disciplines coming together. And another lever for collaboration is the countries. So we have the collaboration, say, between the universities in the Eastern region, Western region, and also universities in the Southern region. So you look at the cross-country. Again, the sectorial. I just mentioned that we are seeking out partnerships, from other sectors to enhance the practicability of the public policies that come out of our programs. And so multi-sectoral collaboration is also important. So nothing is left out when it comes to the DPP and when it comes to the PEDAL partnerships. Over to you, Flora.
Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you. I really agree with what Beatrice is raising. And I want to just slightly move out of what is done systemically and deal with between the fellows and the facilitators. One of the aspects that we really push for in the Kata program is a pedagogical approach that allows for non-hierarchical kind of learning. So where the fellows can learn from the facilitators and the facilitators can learn from the fellows, and the fellows can learn from each other. So there's a lot of peer learning, there's a lot of experiential kind of learning, there's a lot of non-hierarchical kind of learning. And so because we have developed such an environment within the Kata program, then if there was a program coming up and a fellow was leading the program, it's very easy for the fellow to reach out to the facilitator to ask for collaboration, or even for the facilitator who may be running their own kind of program to reach out to a fellow who's in their area and be able to push for the collaboration on a particular research topic. The other aspect that we've also introduced as a Kata family is that we have put on board, we call it an evidence-based website, whereby all our fellows' research work is within this particular website. And so anyone who wants to collaborate with another fellow or another researcher in a particular field can be able to identify the research areas that have been covered thus far through going to the website and making the link for purposes of collaboration. So generally, in terms of collaboration, that's the approach that we have taken. Over to you, Dr. Pallet.
Oh, I love what you both said. It confirms a lot of the research and work I've been doing in a team that I'm part of. So that flat hierarchies and the shared values and leveraging on those connections, yeah, it really, really hit home for me. The other thing, given, I think, the sustainability of online programs and programs, not just those that were born digital, but also those that went digital, the sustainability of these programs relies on sustaining the networks. And it's not just about the technology. So how your networks were formed and how these have been sustained might have been different now to in the past. Do you think that this makes a difference, whether people before met face-to-face and now they perhaps met online? How do you see these relationships being sustained in the absence of the face-to-face? And can they be sustained? What do you think?
Yeah, I think one thing that Beatrice raised earlier on was the fact that they have been able to see better relationships coming up as a result of going onto the virtual space and wanting to learn together. And I think I'll take that same attitude in answering this question, whereby, yes, there are the born digitals, and there are those who have to learn what's going on in that space. But as long as we have individuals who are willing to change, as long as we as a community are willing to embrace the digital space, then it is possible for us to fully take it as a new normal and move to the next level. The question that we need to ask ourselves is, what do we need to adapt to be able to fully embrace this space? For the born digitals, for them, that's the space they have been operating from. And remember what I was mentioning in terms of learning and unlearning and relearning. It also calls for we who have not been in that space to take off some of our time to learn how to get into the digital space. I think that's where Beatrice was referring to the fact that there's a lot of time that is being taken up trying to learn new skills, but yet we realize that that is really needed for us to be within that space of the digital kind of space. So I would say it means a change of attitude. It means a willingness and a flexibility to be able to embrace the virtual space. It means a lot of resilience is required to be able to accept what is taking place in the virtual space. So I guess there's a lot of work required. There's a lot of push that we need to do. We may also need to even come up with some ambassadors or some champions who can be able to work with those who have not been brought up in that digital space, to push them into the space of accepting what is happening within the digital space. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Flora, for that. And I'll just pick it up and say that the digital space has actually made it easier for us to expand the network because of the cost. There's a reduced cost of reaching out, of carrying out network activities. So our network and our collaborations are built around innovative ideas. And so for as long as we can generate these innovative ideas and activities that are enriching, that are impacting upon our students and our academics, then digital just makes it better and bigger. And as for the going digital, we know that our students are born digital. And so our academics are being forced to go digital. And there's that issue of resistance, attitude. How are we dealing with that to bring them into the network? We are creating demand. And I'll just give one practical example. So Egerton University, for example, academics trained through PEDAL learned how to develop e-portfolios and taught their students. So the students who had learned how to develop the e-portfolios were showing off to the other students. And so those students were demanding from their teachers, lecturers, to teach them how to develop e-portfolios. And because they didn't have the capacity, they had to learn. And there's that capacity across the network. So we had to bring in capacity from the network to help develop these skills. And there are many examples of that, tools like the Jamboard. So lecturers at the University of Nairobi, some are using Jamboards, and students are like, we also want Jamboards. So just creating that demand fires up the network and the willingness to connect to the network and to grow the network.
Yeah, and Beatrice, one thing that you're raising is just the whole aspect of attitudinal changes.
Yes.
once we've been able to, there's always fear of the unknown. What will happen if I grab hold of this digital space? What will happen in terms of will I be able to have the quality that is required to extend this within the digital space? But I believe once we've been able to break that attitudinal aspect, then, and we are willing to learn, then we are able to pursue the direction that we obviously have to go into this direction, which is a digital space direction. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. It's been really, really a fascinating discussion. I also am aware that there are some questions from our from attendees and participants here today in the Q&A. So there's one, Michael Walimba. I think this one's for you, Beatrice. Why does Carter, well, is there a building capacity in educational research? So he says at my university, everything to do with Carter is either medicine or population issues. So do you have one in the specialism in educational research?
Like I said before, the pedal is a vessel, and in this vessel fits any content. So we have the social sciences, we have, the arts and humanities, and we have, the STEM. And actually, pedal having grown around what we offer to our network of public policy at master's and doctoral level, the focus was really just on the social sciences. But due to demand, we were forced to redesign and bring in components of STEM. So whenever we adapt the pedal to any discipline, we go with the philosophies. We have to respect the philosophies of that discipline, the domain, the knowledge domain, to bring in activities that then help us within the bounded silos of that discipline to build competencies that are desired, because in the end, it is about competencies. So how do you use the culture, the philosophy of that discipline to eventually get this student to collaborate, get this student to use that knowledge that they get to provide some technical skill that will help them to thrive in the workplace or to create an opportunity. Think critically to solve a problem. Think critically to contribute to society. So yes, this pedal can be adapted in any direction to accommodate any discipline, its cultures, and its philosophies.
Could I just contribute to that discussion based on the fact that Kata has been mentioned? So when Kata is mentioned, I have to come alive. Yeah, and just to mention to Michael that it may seem that Kata only deals with medicine and population issues, but that's not really the case. I'll point on the fact that Kata program looks for solutions for population and public health issues. So for example, we had a fellow who was on board who's an engineer, structural engineer, and he was able to push his research work towards sorting a population-related area. In fact, he was dealing with a hospital, and his main area of concern was to see how he can use his structural engineering to protect the hospital environments, which has to do with, it leans towards the public health area. So our main area as Kata is to see how you can be able to carry out research that is based on that, or that is linked to sorting a population and health area. That does not necessarily mean that your disciplinary area has to be in population and health. And that's why we said earlier on, we take up the multidisciplinary kind of approach when considering the activities of our fellows. But also to add on to that, we are moving away from just thinking of the Carter Fellows. Remember what we said earlier on, that our aim is to change the institution. The aim is to change the research ecosystem within the specific institutions. And so we have many projects that we are supporting within the universities, including Makerere University, whereby we are bringing up the Carter concepts within the PhD training programs that are going on in the universities. So we are not really fully focusing on population and public health, but we are also trying to see how we can change the environments within the institutions to make them research intensive. Thank you.
Thank you both. So we also have a question from one of our attendees on how would you, Jekatula Soko, how would you compare the cost between online and face-to-face modes since you increased the duration from 7 days to 3 weeks?
Thank you very much, Jekatula, for that question. So for online, the major cost is the initial investment into the infrastructure, into cost development. But after that, it's really delivered cost effectively. And I must say also that what has helped with achieving this cost effectiveness is the fact that our colleagues offering a lot of pro bono time. But even if we were to pay them at market rates, we would have eliminated the cost of hotels, we'd have eliminated the cost of flights. And so in the end, really, online has proved to be very cost effective, and we have achieved value for money with this online training. So for example, within the context of PEDO, our target was to train faculty, 1,000 faculty from 25 programs in 5 universities. But because of this cost effectiveness, we have trained over 2,000 faculty online and reached 80 universities. So that means we have grown almost 20-fold. And also considering that we are now moving this to the universities, you can't even begin to imagine how big we can grow. And so I am excited about this Pan-African Digital Consortium. I'm like, when you come, we are ready. We have done all the groundwork, and oh, it would be so nice to partner and see what we can do together to advance the good work that we have begun and grow the network.
That's great. I love it. Unleashing the power of networks. I don't see any more questions. So perhaps I think I'm going to hand over to Andrea to end us off. Thank you, everyone, for the lovely conversation.
And thank you to the panelists. I don't see any additional questions, so I think we can go ahead and end. If maybe I could ask Flora and Beatrice if they have just a minute of closing, any closing thoughts. Flora?
Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you too for inviting us to be part of this, this conversation. What I can say is that when building a consortium, when building a network, we really need to be aware of that. There's a lot of patience that is required, a lot of understanding of each other's views. There's no one who is above the other. So there's need for a lot of respect, of mutual respect for each other. There's need for a lot of patience. And I've just mentioned how Qatar has been on for the last over 10 years now. But day in, day out, we have to learn each other. We have to respect each other's view. We have to be willing to take what views are being brought by the different partners and see how to push them to the next level. So I'm just encouraging the team or the organizing team as a whole that even as you seek to come up with a consortium, there's need to really have non-hierarchical ways of considering the consortium and the network as a whole. Thank you.
And Beatrice, last word goes to you.
Thank you very much. My word is the future is blended. So let us all be prepared to embrace a blended future. There's a bit of online and a bit of face-to-face. And it is just amazing what resources our universities have. So with the right approaches and the right attitudes and the respect that Flora mentions, we can get universities to open up, and we can leverage on these resources to grow our networks. For example, they had these centers for teaching and learning excellence. They had these Moodle platforms that were dormant, but they have opened them up to us. And with the shared resources and understanding, we are now reactivating them, not only for the benefit of the universities, but for the benefit of the networks. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll thank Nicola for her expert Q&A session there. Thank you to all the participants who are out there watching, and to the organizers of the symposium. Thank you to you all for allowing us to be here, and best of luck to you in setting up your new collaborative program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andrea Johnson, and your very, very talented co-panelists, Dr. Karimi, Dr. Muganda, and Dr. Palit. The panel definitely brings to this symposium unique perspectives, unique experiences, and a unique expertise that contribute to the enrichment of our discussion, and also gives us a source of inspiration as we move forward. And we do believe that there is an opportunity for close and productive collaboration to be developed between the forthcoming Pan-African Digital Consortium and the Carnegie Corporation of New York, as well as with the vibrant organizations that each of the panelists represents and presented on here. Concepts and ideas like patience, mutual respect, groundwork done, and the call for partnerships towards a blended future, I believe these are really inspiring ideas. And thank you, panel. So at this point, we're going to take a break until 1 p.m. And when we come back, we will have panel 5 on the topic, impacts of COVID-19 on higher learning in Africa and the Global African Diaspora. And then we will close with the Howard Graduate Student Roundtable. So let's take a break and be back at 1 p.m. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues, and welcome back to our very well-deserved break. The next panel that we will have is that I would like to invite at this point is panel 5, which will be presenting and discussing on the topic impacts of COVID-19 on higher learning in Africa and the global African diaspora. And the panelists are Dr. Abdul Alpha Jah of the Virtual University of Senegal, Professor Yankuba Seydi of the Cheikh Anta Diop University of Senegal, and Dr. Khadija Sergi of the École Normale Supérieure des Lettres et Sciences Humaines of Algeria. If our colleagues are present, please let them in and we'll start the panel.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Professor Seydi. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm one of the panelists.
Okay. Professor Seydi, would you mind maybe moderating the panel? Would that work?
Yeah,
Oh, if you want me to moderate, I have to present. But anyway, is there anybody? There's nobody to moderate. Normally, there is our colleague, Professor Hadiba, to moderate this panel because I'm presenting.
Okay.
I don't know if Hadi is around. Maybe you can try to see if he's around. He's the one to moderate.
Okay, because I didn't receive that information, so I didn't know who was designated to moderate.
That was Professor Hadiba, Mohammed El Hadiba.
Okay. I don't see his name here.
Okay, all right. So there's something wrong, but anyway. I don't know if it is possible to both moderate and present. If there's no problem, I'll try.
No, there should be no problem. You present and then you moderate.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So which means I should be the first one to start?
That would be good because I think Professor Abdul Alpha Jah would like to be the last one to present, if that is okay with the panel.
Okay, let's ask our female colleague from Algeria if she's okay with that.
Professor Shergi, is that okay with you?
Yeah, it's okay. I have no issues to go next. It's very fine.
Okay, thank you. Because Professor Jah is in a situation where he really wants to be the last one. Thank you. So Professor Seydi, you will present first and then serve as the moderator for the remainder of the panel, right?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody in this panel, but also our colleagues following us from different universities, including Senegal, Cheikh Anta Diop University. The title of my presentation is COVID-19, the threat that became an opportunity for digital learning in public higher education in Africa. Case in point, Senegal. Well, I was inspired, when I thought about this topic. I was inspired by the various programs, but also consultations which were held in Senegal. some in the early 2010 decade, where the new government of Senegal wanted to implement a number of reforms, all of which include progressive digitalization of the Senegalese higher education. It's not just the Senegalese higher education, but it's mainly the Senegalese higher education, which was the target, or which was supposed to be the target of these various reforms. This started, of course, in 2012 with the so-called CDP. CDP, or in English, this could be CDP. It's contract de performance. This is a contract which was signed between the Public University of Senegal and the Senegalese government. And some of the clauses of this contract, the terms of this contract were that we would go very quickly, straight away to what they call, digital learning, because the objective, once again, for the new authorities of the country were, to push Senegal towards what they call emergence. And I believe this is not possible if we don't have an important and quality human capital. And the analysis shows that, the present situation of the Senegalese higher education, was one that really did not give any hope. And we just had to look at the situation, which is an unsuitable digital environment, clearly, but also when we see what we call here the overpopulation of the different universities. We now have 8 universities, 8 public universities, but honestly, apart from Cheikh Anta Diop University and Gaston Berger University, the other universities are next to no university, to be honest. Of course, my colleague from the Senegalese virtual university, which has now become the second largest university after Cheikh Anta Diop in terms of student number, may disagree with me, but clearly that university, which was set up, in 2013, was meant, to welcome the university eligible students who, unfortunately, because of the problems that we have in all the universities, could not be placed in those universities. So with all these problems, the Senegalese authorities, who, signed with the universities what they call contrat de performance, which was a World Bank program. Also, after this, they held a very important consultation called CNAES, Consultation Nationale sur l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur. This was a consultation which was meant to give the floor to all the people, not just the people of the university, but all the different chunks of the Senegalese population. So to give the consultation a national character, and the objective was to decide new orientations. And this is where the so-called STEM orientation were decided. I should precise that this consultation was presided over by our colleague Suleiman Bashir Jan of Colombia. And then you will see that, as I said, the CDP program, insisted on digitalization of higher education. CNAES, Consultation Nationale, so this national consultation also insisted on, the digitalization, in higher education. We had also a presidential council, which was held in August 2013, in direct line with CNAES, to reaffirm this, commitment of Senegalese authorities towards, pushing the universities into giving more room to digital learning. And we have similar other programs. All of them, like I said, were destined, to give a boost to the so-called digital learning, which they believe should be taking more space in our strategies of teaching in Senegal, not just in Cheikh Anta Diop University, but in all the other universities. But you will see that although the performance contract, which was signed between the Senegalese public universities and the government of Senegal, intended to bring reforms in the Senegalese higher education system, has drawn right from the 2012 all the contours of the future reforms in relation to progressive digitalization. We have to acknowledge that CNIS was really much more incisive than CDP. But the performance contract is in its objective number 2, clearly mentioning the use of ICT. What they wanted is that we should have, more than 850 kits for the supply and distribution of remote or online courses, thanks to acquisition of personal computers, scanners, video projectors, and so on. It also includes purchase of computers for students from second year up to PhD level. So this is, something like 40,000 students, or exactly an equal number of computers. And the program was extended in 5 years, which is 2012 to 2016. Unfortunately, and this even before we get to the maturity of that deadline, which is 2016, I think I warned, because I was also a union leader, I warned the minister, the higher education secretary, about the possibility for Senegal not to be able to meet, the objectives that were set when this contract was being signed between the public authorities and the universities. So you see those different programs from CDP to CNIS, the Presidential Council, etc. All of these programs actually, I said CDP was 2012. National Consultation on the Future of Higher Education, this was 2013. And the same year, the council, the Presidential Council, etc. All of them, really affirmed, stated strongly that we should have, a higher education system which is giving more room for digital learning. But at the end of the day, there's really nothing that happened. It looks as if the authorities announced, and we trust them. Honestly, they were all determined to put into practice this will of seeing the Senegalese higher education, take the road to more digitalization. But we can't tell what really happened for them not to be able to put this into practice. And this is why I believe COVID has been what I term the particle accelerator. Okay, because all of these happened. You will see that the resolutions that were contained in the different programs mentioned earlier, with all of them, there is no physical university of the country that has actually embarked on e-learning as announced by the Department of Higher Education. So we had to wait until the COVID-19 hit in March 2020. And you will see, this is 8 years after CDP was signed. It was 7 years after the National Consultation on the Future of Higher Education in Senegal. It was also 7 years after the Presidential Council on the reforms that insisted on digitalization on learning. The reforms about digital education did not see the light of the day. It was not until early March, with the emergence of COVID-19, before we could see a little quiver. So given the particular conditions in which classes are held in the Senegalese universities, characterized by an unheard of density of student population, for extremely inadequate classrooms and amphitheaters, it is quite impossible to observe any barrier gestures for the students. The academic authorities tried their level best to urge everybody to the strict respect of barrier measures, including social and physical distancing. But they were not all respected. The situation is even worse on the social campus, where small rooms meant to accommodate only 2 students, for instance, are illegally packed with 4 to sometimes 5 to 6 students. Clearly, with COVID-19, they seem to have now learned the lessons they have never really learned since 2011. When in a clear way, a law of the country decided digital learning should be a reality in higher education. At the end of the day, it was much ado about nothing, to paraphrase a Shakespearean play. In fact, too many promises of reforms pertaining to digital learning have been made since 2011, but not much has been done. COVID, no matter how bad it is, with all the deaths caused, is in its precise case the necessary evil for African universities to really commit themselves into digital learning, which is visibly the future, as the authorities had themselves kept hammering out, but with unfortunately no serious will until COVID opened the eyes. Seen in that angle, COVID-19 is a particle accelerator for a strong commitment in favor of digitalization in African universities, including those of Senegal. The reason is that in less than a year time in Senegalese universities, especially the biggest of them, my university, which is Cheikh Anta Diop, platforms dedicated to online teaching and learning, which were embryonic, are now in full operation. This would certainly have not been the case had COVID-19 not knocked at the door in the meantime. For this reason, we can conclude that COVID-19, despite the death toll, has been a sort of blessing for a more political commitment to digital learning in a context of infrastructure scarcity, if not absence, in global Africa. One of the things that we need to notice, and I think I sent a photo to Enya to maybe show this screen. This is one way to show, the situation of the classrooms in Senegal. So classrooms and amphitheaters, they are packed. We've gone beyond, our capacities. This is the country where now it is the political authorities that place the students at the university. We live in something very special, something very particular in Senegal. It's not the academic authorities that decide who and how many should be placed in the universities, but it's the political authorities who decide who should go where. And regardless of the quality, the performance, of the different university eligible students. So this is a problem. Actually, it's because they wanted to solve a political problem by using the academic tools, and this is not going to work. And this increased tremendously the number of students in the classrooms that are very scarce, very rare. Then the result of this is you would have classrooms that are always full. There is no space. Students will be sit down even on the passageways, the corridors, so different places that are left. So in this way, when you have a disease like COVID, where it is all about physical distancing measures, and other barrier gestures, it is almost impossible to observe all of these measures. So then we had, to accept that, what happened, at the beginning of, the pandemic, where we have, according to UNESCO, 47 countries in Africa, which closed their schools and universities when the very first cases were recorded, leaving more than 280 million children out of school, let alone another 200 million children who, COVID or no COVID, were out of any system in Africa, any school system in Africa. Then we in Senegal also were obliged, to close all the schools, including the higher education institutions. And this was a serious blow. Everybody understood, because this has never happened. And everybody was surprised that this is next to a catastrophe. We never saw, we never even planned the possibility of such situation happening. And had we known this could happen, probably the promises of digitalization would not just be mere words. They would be implemented very quickly right after they were promised. And this is why you would see that the strange thing when this pandemic hit, the strange thing about some African countries is that we had out of the 47 countries that closed their schools and universities, 10 did not even have any recorded case by the time they were closed. Senegal closed when we had only a couple of cases there. That was on March 16, 2020. But then we had to close because nobody knew what would happen as we see contamination, positive cases. This was multiplying at a phenomenal rate. So prudence, being cautious, would recommend us to close the schools. But then, by the time we were closing down, we were closing the schools and universities, Senegal were trying to catch up the delays of the previous academic year. So that, when COVID came, it already found a chaotic situation here, which became worse. Then you will see that this unexpected chaotic sanitary situation occurred when aspirations of transforming the education system into one that adapts to the realities of Senegal have been strongly expressed since the independence. Calls to change the colonial model, whose objectives are no longer in keeping with the ambitions of development through endogenous transformations, have frequently been voiced, but not much have been done. And today, with the insight we learned from COVID, then it becomes clear that Senegalese authorities, both academic and political authorities, understand that the first days we could look back without going back. Now it is possible to make sure that digital learning, more online courses should be put in the heart of our teaching strategies. And this is clear. What I believe is that in Africa, Senegal included, we need this. I mean, this online courses or digitalization is, to me, much more, should be given much more, a priority should be given to this in Africa, Senegal included, than in the West, because the West or rich countries do not suffer from the same problems. They don't have these, infrastructure problems, physical infrastructure problems. We are suffering from these problems. Like say the Senegalese case is a very good point here, where you could see, where we should have, 50 students in a classroom. We don't have less than 500 students that turn up. What are we going to do? Then, if an alternative solution is not, digitalizing such a system, tell me what we need to do. Clearly, this is, we know what to do, even though we don't do much. We know what to do now. Today, it is clear that, everything that should be done, to tackle, the problems that COVID helped us identify, which are the core of our problems, in Africa, in Senegal and in Africa. We need now to understand that if investment should, massive investment should be done, and all of this, not just, to create, new physical infrastructures, because this is needed, but at the same time, this should be, also dedicated, to, preparing, platforms, digital platforms that would make it easy for us, to also have an alternative system or bimodal system, as this has been now a sort of watchword in our country, where we could give, the possibility to, the the thousands and thousands of students, most of them are almost out of the system because of these problems, to be given an opportunity, to pursue their dream of embarking on higher education, quality higher education. Of course, there are too many challenges, notably one that has to do with the investment on the networks and stuff. But I trust if you don't think this is, if you think this is expensive, we have to give the same answer as when people believe that education is expensive, they need to try ignorance. The same here. If we believe that investing, in digitalization and all the equipments they should be going with, if this is expensive, let's try the contrary. Then we would see that COVID proved that this is even a necessity, which we have to understand today. So I will very quickly conclude to say that the idea of modernizing the infrastructures in the respective higher education institutions of Africa and Senegal with functional platforms to make digital learning possible in the universities is certainly a good one. Yet, carelessness, lack of perspective, and absence of real political will did not make it possible until COVID-19 pandemic served as an eye-opener and a factor of conscious awareness to see the very first concrete measures put in place. It was a bit too late because this looks like coming a day after the fair, since the little virus monster has already done immeasurable damage. Lessons seem to have been learned out of this, and the COVID pandemic can rightly be seen as a particle accelerator towards more commitment to digital learning, now becoming a necessity despite all the challenges, after everybody seems conscious of the risk of not having any alternative way in this world of uncertainties and rapid changes. It is more so in Africa, where the supply of higher education institutions is generally limited, while the demand is disproportionately rising. The limited number of the physical infrastructures can be complemented or supplemented by technology infrastructures with platforms that will make it up for the lacking teaching and learning structures. The context of poverty in Africa, combined with sufficient funding of education in general and higher education in particular, is a good reason for the continent to develop an alternative system by using digital technology to compensate what is lacking, though this should not and cannot exclusively replace physical infrastructures for physical learning. These have to be done in a bimodal way to ensure complementarity, but technology should not be used to solve problems that should be solved differently, as in the case of the virtual University of Senegal. I believe my colleague, like I said, may not agree with me, but then I will listen to what he's going to say. In this respect, African higher education system needs digital learning much more than the developed and rich world, which has next to no problem with physical infrastructures to carry out learning. COVID or no COVID, education must not stop. And this is possible if bimodal education is put in place. For that reason, digitalization is a must for higher education in Africa, and COVID-19 has proved to us that we should swiftly turn to it and bridge the gap of digital divide. So African higher education in general and Senegalese higher education in particular must resolutely move towards digital learning for a mastered bimodal strategy. And all of this for the good of Africa in general and Senegal in particular. I'd like to stop here for the moment, and later we'll welcome an interaction with those attending this important symposium. And I'll also take the opportunity to really thank the University of Howard for having thought of hosting such an event, which I think is an extremely important event. And thanking all the colleagues who behind the scene have made this possible. And I also thank my colleagues that are following us. I'll stop there. Since I was proposed to moderate this, I'll give the floor to probably my colleague Khadija Shergi of Algeria. I unfortunately don't have any additional elements to increase for your presentation, your introduction, but then I would recommend you to, when you take the floor, you give a full introduction of yourself so that everybody knows who you are. I am a professor of, British studies at Sheikh Anta of myself. I didn't do this before, so this is the time I'll end with this. So, dear colleague, please take the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saidi. I'm very pleased to be with all of you in here. I'm very thankful to the University of Howard for organizing this very, very rich and very timely event. And I thank Professor Saidi also, because all what you talked about resonates very well what we are having here in Algeria under these circumstances for the last couple of years. And it resonates also, as far as I know, with circumstances in neighboring countries, in many other African countries and other Arab countries, especially those suffering from very poor infrastructures. And when hit by the COVID-19, they found themselves that they are compelled into a world where they need to be more and more prepared. So I'm Khadija Shergi. I'm a doctoral student and assistant professor in African Studies at l'École Normale Supérieure d'Alger, or the teacher training college. I'm indulged in the humanities and social sciences. I most work in the area of literature and civilization and history. So my presentation today is entitled ICTs and Pedagogical Practices Training in Algerian Higher Education Institutions, Scope and Implications. So in here, this training, ICTs and Pedagogical Practices, I was one of those who had the chance to have the training. Because we are the newly recruited university professors, and it is an initiative on the part of the higher education ministry in Algeria for the benefit of those newly recruited and preparing them, if we can say, to the digital world. And I think that when the country was hit by the COVID-19 and we were pushed into online settings and education, I think we were luckier than those who did not have a chance to have a training, because under these circumstances, it's not only about disseminating knowledge or moving into virtual experience, but we need to be very well trained about how we plan our courses, how we adapt them into an online setting, and how to engage in evaluation assessment. At least we compensate for on-site experience, even though it cannot be compensated as we wish, because we are this training program.
All right. We lost you. I think you were frozen, but it's okay now. Go ahead.
Thank you. So in this brief talk, and with reference to my experience with this training and that of other colleagues within my institution, I intend to showcase the relevance and the potential of this training program in opening up the higher education sector in the country to the world of digital learning. I will equally end my presentation with pinpointing some facts related to digital learning in the country's higher education sector under the COVID-19 circumstances. So this training, aiming primarily at equipping newly recruited university teachers generally 1 year after formal service as professors, with the necessary online tools to help integrate ICTs in adopting and delivering lessons and programs. And it is a 6 months intensive training program called ICTs and Pedagogical Practices for newly recruited university teachers, and it takes place generally from January to June. And then we go through defense committees and is carried annually under the tutelage of the Algerian Ministry of Higher Education and the e-learning center of Frère Menturi University of Constantine here in the country, and headed by a group of trained specialists in digital learning. So the implementation of this training started in 2017, and it reflects the ministry's first initiative ever at integrating ICTs within the formal training of university teachers. Every year, large groups of teachers from across Algeria engage in interactive, productive, and task-based weekly sessions. Until just recently, and as the chief principal of the training informed me, I contacted him 3 days ago for the purposes of the symposium, asking about the what's going on with the training and how many people are trained until now. And he informed me that around 6,000 university professors and duly recruited teachers had the chance to this training. So this training program concludes with a portfolio submission and defense in front of specialized committees. So this ICTs and pedagogical practices training is held online via the Fermenturi University of Constantine e-learning center, with hundreds of tutors being charged with the task of following up with the trainees. So such training is intended to guarantee a quality hybrid education that meets the demands of society in the digital age. These skills develop through a harmonious set of workshops. Each one of them contains a number of objectives. So training in ICTs and pedagogical practices provides teachers with appropriate approaches to opt for ICTs, as well as university pedagogical devices to ensure a hybrid teaching of a quality, meeting the requirements of very quickly digitalizing world. So this training is accomplished through a number of workshops. Generally, these workshops, in workshop number 1, for example, we get introduced into tools to support the use of ICTs in education. So in addition to the theoretical instructions on the part of the tutors, this workshop includes 4 learning activities organized around some theoretical presentations and learning activities, like getting familiar with Moodle in the student mode, course organization with conceptual mental maps, which is widely used for the description of ideas, concepts, and the organization of lessons and learning, and the production of various learning resources using the functionalities of OPAL, for example, and each according to the specificities of his or her course and teaching language. So those people who were integrated in the training were coming from different specialties. They were coming from social sciences, from law, from economy, from commerce, and from the humanities. So there were, we were kind of a very, very diverse group, and everyone was introduced into technical functionalities according to his area of specialization or of teaching. Workshop 2, generally, we move into designing a course for hybrid education. So after we got introduced into the world of digital learning, we move into designing courses for hybrid education. So in addition also to the theoretical instructions, this workshop includes the following activities. First, participation in the brainstorming forums. Second, we engage in knowledge measures, how we plan for our objectives, how we choose our tasks, and how we decide upon knowledge, what we put in and what we leave out in case we are online. Third, establishment of an evaluation grid in order to successfully assess an online experience, and improving our production. And activity 5, we move into developing the first version of our plans. Workshop 3, we move into course design methodology for hybrid education. So in addition also to other theoretical instructions that we receive from our tutors, this workshop includes us to, or pushes us into different group of activities. We design and broadcast a course on the Moodle platform, and then we move into a kind of pedagogical follow-up in the last workshop. So besides also the theoretical presentations, several themes which contain activities in the form of quizzes for measuring knowledge, this workshop includes some learning activities like participation in the feedback forum and developing the end of a training portfolio. So in here, we are moving step by step from being introduced theoretically into the world of digital learning into designing a course into an evaluation course, and then how to engage in feedback forums, and how we end up developing our portfolios. And these portfolios are still going with us, and I still have my own portfolio that is helping me, or that is my reference in designing my courses now, or deciding upon objectives. It is still my guide now. And I engaged even with my students and teaching them how to prepare their own personal portfolios, to follow up with their own learning and the progress of their own performance across the year. So concerning the competencies acquired from this training. So during the 6 months training, we teachers were able to master an editorial chain for the production of educational documents. We were able also to differentiate the objective approach from the competency-based approach, and we were able to know the different teaching methods appropriate to every approach that we might opt for. We were able to identify the steps for setting up an online training device, and we were able to organize a collaborative work and master the Moodle platform, added to other platforms also. And we were able to introduce ICTs in the evaluation process and understand the functions of an online tutor. Because after graduating from this kind of training, many volunteered as online tutors for other teachers in the newly recruited trainees within the program. And I think this kind of recycling, it's the old trainees are becoming the new tutors, is kind of very relevant to develop our experience as old trainees, and also to transmit knowledge to other people who are not really very well trained. And we did this also at the level of our institutions, that we transmitted our knowledge to older colleagues who did not have a chance to this training. So the last phase of all of this training is the development of our own courses now. So after getting exposed to all these previous theoretical sessions and learning tasks, the task in this last initiative was about putting the different courses we already designed and corrected in the previous workshops on our personal Moodle platforms. So 2 phases were needed to launch an online course for hybrid education. First, the design phase. This is to organize, design, and put online the courses while respecting the educational structure appropriate to hybrid education. And second, the validation phase. And this is the testing and validation of the course by teachers as well as students. So before submitting my portfolio and after the graduation from the training, I had some of my students and other colleagues evaluating me, evaluating my activities. And the student, for example, have kind of evaluated me whether what I'm doing in the courses is appealing to them or not. Whether they can engage with me or not when we are actually in virtual experience. And the other colleagues also try to check the kind of the appropriateness of the tasks that I have chosen. And after that evaluations, we submitted our portfolios for the final defense in front of the committee. So to help us consolidate the task of developing our courses online on the Moodle platform, these workshops were organized from a theoretical into a practical side, as I said. So to online development of the course was accomplished through the following steps. So we explored the platforms of Moodle added to other online tools, block operations, setting up our courses, insertion of resources and communication spaces, insertion of activities, inserting tests, assigning roles, and at the end, resorting, importing, and publishing our materials online. And I think this is the most fruitful step at the end, is how to publish our material when we finish preparing it online, whether in our personal website or with other colleagues, to make them accessible for our other colleagues and even to students to watch and to learn from. So concerning the last part of this, training is about perspectives. So envisioning an online course took much perspiration on the part of the organizers to ensure its success and goal attainment, whether the online online trainers, the one or the principal in charge, or the Ministry of Higher Education. So in addition to preparing a flexible platform exempt from most common mistakes and technical problems, the training team chosen was dedicated to hard work for the sake of ensuring the professionalism that such training has to entail. So in order to guarantee its success, the online tutors had to accompany the trainees along the training period through periodic online meetings, response to questions on time, as well as messages posted on the forum. So the Ministry of Higher Education in Algeria and those in charge of the training had to account for the following: clarifying the activities and the expected results, answering all the questions and concerns of the trainees and their institutions, sending needed feedback to improve the trainees' productions, evaluating on time the trainees' productions, and regulating the online learning. So when our higher education institutions came under the influence of COVID-19, this training proved so relevant, at least for me personally, my colleagues at the institution and others in other various institutions, who assured that this 6 months training armed them with the different tools on how to design, develop, and publish an online course. Added to all other softwares and platforms we are now using because we moved to teach online, the training workshops provided us with more possibilities as to how to manage an online setting, which would have taken more time and effort if we had to learn it by ourselves. Saying all of this about this training does not exclude the fact, of course, that we are now under the COVID-19 circumstances. We are faced with many, many challenges. So this training is beneficial, of course, and very beneficial and very relevant to our training as university professors. And it's gonna develop more and more in the future, especially with this kind of uncertainty that we are having about what kind of an educational style we will be opting for in the future, whether it will be a blended hybrid, fully online, whether we will be back to our traditional on-site settings or not. So everything is being questioned now. So here, I want to point out that despite this training from which I benefited personally, there are many other challenges to which we were pulled, of course, under these circumstances. And this is my next point in here, is that teaching and learning realities in Algeria under COVID-19 circumstances were not very different from many other institutions across the Maghreb, North Africa, across Africa, or many other world institutions, at least according to the many statistics that we could see posted online, according to many forums and the seminars we attended online, we could see some realities of COVID-19 in different countries across the world. And they don't seem very, very different, except for the countries, of course, where the rich infrastructures and well-developed infrastructures helped, of course, lessen the impacts of the long periods of lockdown on the performance of students and teachers equally. So we as teachers had and are having different responsibilities under the COVID-19 circumstances. So we were teaching both online and on-site, where we have to adapt, or what we had to adapt our lessons and materials to an online class setting using softwares like Zoom, WebEx, and Google Meetings, and platforms like Moodle, Google Classroom, and Schoology, despite the very big challenge of internet interruptions and the poor infrastructure, of course. And we also do supervision of graduate and undergraduate students' research projects through intensive emailing, creating WhatsApp and Telegram chat groups, sometimes even resorting to phone calls. Something I did personally when the supervisors, for example, happen to live in areas where internet interruptions are commonplace, especially in the city outskirts, or those who live in mountainous places, and we had also the responsibility of following up with the pedagogical progress of students through chat sessions and online meetings. We had also to do assessment and exams, both online and on-site, with some institutions, of course, giving the possibility to teachers to choose what option they want to go for, like the case of my institution, that some opted for online assessment, others opted for on-site assessment, depending also on the course itself, and whether a course that is experimental or a course that is lecture-based. So it depends. Now I move to pinpoint the different challenges both teachers and students encountered during the pandemic. So many higher education institutions in the country were not ready to move online due to the lack of training in digital tools and platforms of its administrative and academic staff. However, recently, there is much effort devoted to digitalize our institutions through intensive trainings and workshops channeled by the Ministry of Higher Education. But this does not deny, of course, that we are still kind of in much trouble of how kind of create this balance of the on-site and the online teaching experiences. The second challenge is the quality of networks, as I said before, where both teachers and students faced internet interruptions and weak internet flow. Some teachers didn't have even special workspace at home from which they can easily interact with their students, especially during the period of full lockdown last year, when it was not even possible to go to the institutions, try to teach from there. So having special places from which teachers can work easily and without noise and without being compelled with family circumstances, many teachers were faced with this. And I know many in my surroundings and even in my institution, which kind of suffered from this. Many students complained about lack of understanding, especially with teachers who did not opt for audiovisual tools to transmit the lessons. Some of them were kind of just sending documents based on the lectures without explaining them. And students had to log into Google Classroom and Moodle and other platforms in order to download the documents and read them, and without kind of really devotion on the part of some of their professors, but this was not the case for everybody. Many other teachers were teaching through Zoom and Google Meeting for the whole academic year. We had also issues with the lack of electronic libraries, and I think this was really a challenge. And digitalized material, especially books about local knowledge, which students need to accomplish their research while at home. I'm not speaking about all of these electronic libraries from which we can download thousands and millions of books coming from everywhere in the world. Sometimes our local knowledge in terms of history and sociology and culture and literature and all of these fields are not digitalized. So for students to be locked down in their homes for a long period, but they need to accomplish their research, their undergraduate projects, their graduate dissertations and theses, of course they needed to consult, but of course they can't go due to the lockdown. So the lack of digitalized material when it comes to books about local knowledge, of course, face the students with many challenges. So except for master and doctoral theses, which are uploaded to different university online archival systems. So books about local knowledge were not really accessible because they were not digitalized. During the financial and economic pressures placed on many families during the long periods of lockdown, many students stopped attending their classes, and this was very unfortunate, as they were in short of the financial means to purchase, for example, different items like Android devices from which they can follow with their lessons, laptops, or even pay their internet due. And I had even in my classes many examples of this. According to many commentators and academics, even though students and teachers could be brought together virtually, the outcome of the virtual experience of learning in Algeria is still far from satisfying, and that much work still needs to be done on the part of all those concerned with the success of this quick and sudden move into an online environment. So I will end my presentation with some recommendations for general conclusion. So as educators navigate this new reality of school closures, social isolation, and remote learning, it is important to remember, as Kathleen Tucker asserts in her article, that education and learning encompass more than disseminating and collecting assignments, because learning is essentially a social behavior and a social endeavor. In response to this concern that teaching, whether in its traditional online or hybrid formats, is more than knowledge sharing and assessment. And for a successful online class experience, teachers need to adapt both their instructions and their traditional class norms to an online learning setting. The success of an online teaching learning experience implies generally the teacher's ability to meet the preset lesson objectives, manage online class time, give space for interaction, which within an online environment where many students tend to feel detached, became more and more challenging with time. To keep, for example, students engaged and ensure in interactivity, teachers should allow students to feel able to assert their social and emotional selves while online. And this can be achieved through learning community building and prioritizing learning as a social behavior. To guarantee that their instruction is effective and relevant to an online class, teachers can opt for applying different tools like segmenting of a slideshow, for example, instructional videos, setting class norms, building blocks, to ensure learning control over the pace of learning, among many other tools. Saying so, however, does not exclude the fact that an online experience, however helpful in bringing student and teacher into one virtual setting, requires a strong willingness on the side of different actors, including teachers, students, stakeholders, and institutions to make it work. And that importance has to be given to education, and especially higher education. If countries in Africa especially are to move forward in transferring that experience to the wider world and stop learning and receiving only from what is being produced and imported on the part of many other countries across the world. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, dear colleague Khadija Chergui of École Normale Supérieure de Lettres et Sciences Humaines of Algeria. Thank you for this enlightening presentation. I will now give the floor to our colleague Abdul Al-Fajjah of Université Virtuelle du Sénégal. Université Virtuelle du Sénégal was the 6th Senegalese university, and today, with the numbers of students they have, this university, which is entirely virtual, has now become the 2nd largest university. It was, it only has been existing, since 2013. So my colleague Abdul Al-Fajjah is probably going to give us all the details that we need to know about, his topic, but also this brand new university called Université Virtuelle du Sénégal. Dear colleague Abdul Al-Fajjah, you have the floor. Abdul, maybe you are on mute mode. If you can unmute your microphone and take the floor.
Hi, everybody. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Abdul. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I would like first to express my thanks to Harvard University and Prof. Mohamed Kamara for associating us to this important symposium on digital learning in Africa during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. It is a pleasure for me to share this panel. And I also appeal for the indulgence, as I do not often have the opportunity to speak in English, belonging to a French-speaking country, Senegal. I also apologize for the condition in which I'm going to express myself. I'm indeed in a car, and following a trip, that not initially planned, and perhaps the sound quality or internet connection will not be the best. I belong to the first public digital university in Senegal and French-speaking sub-Saharan African, the Virtual University of Senegal, UVS in French. Like Professor Saidi has told it, UVS was created in 2013 to put ICT at the heart of higher education development. In 2021, UVS have nearly 50,000 students, making it the second largest public university in Senegal in terms of student numbers. Senegal currently has 8 public universities. Overall, the UVS represent nearly 25% of Senegalese students, both public and private sector. UVS provide training in science and technology, humanities and social science, language education, and as well as for bachelor, master, and doctorate level. UVS, thanks to its pedagogical model, has also contributed to increase the inclusiveness of higher education in Senegal. For example, 1 out of two students at UVS lives in a department where there is no public university outside of UVS. Second, 51% of UVS students are girls, while the national average is to regard is only 34%. The explanation is obviously that distance education in the socio-cultural context of Senegal offers maybe prospect for further study to girls who would otherwise have dropped out. As this panel is about the impact of COVID on higher education in Africa, I would like to briefly present the major challenges, in my opinion, of higher education in Africa. First challenge, the massification. The number of students in Africa has increased from around 200,000 in the 90s to 5.5 million in 2020. But despite this sharp increase in most African sub-Saharan countries, the gross enrollment rate rarely exceeds 20%. In Senegal, we are around 15%. And that means that significant progress remains to be made in terms of access. The second challenge for me is quality. Both internal and external efficiency remain low in many African countries. In a context of increasing enrollment, this quality challenge is also important. The question being how to cope with the growth in enrollment without providing a cheap education. The third and challenge is financing. From this point of view, the deficit is estimated at more than $10 billion per year only in African countries. And the question is therefore how to promote the education sector quantitatively and qualitatively without jeopardizing public finances. With these few reminders of the context, I would now like to talk about the impact of COVID-19 on higher education, particularly in the Senegalese context. I will focus more on the case of the UVS. Spoke a length about traditional or face-to-face university. The first case of COVID identified in Senegal on March 2, and by March 14, the state of Senegal took the decision to close schools and university. The suddenness of the outbreak of COVID caught everyone by surprise. And in the first few weeks following the introduction of COVID-19, the higher education system came to a complete halt, with one exception, Virtual University of Senegal. Because of its pedagogical model, which is based on distance learning, teaching and learning did not stop since it was essentially carried out on training platforms that did not require the physical presence of either student or a teacher. Faced with COVID, however, UVS has been forced to review its operating model, and I would like to give 3 examples here. First, before COVID, exams were held at UVS in person. Given the new constraint of the health context, UVS developed an online evaluation system, and it's important to tell it in secure conditions. In fact, the system had already been tried out before COVID, but neither the teacher nor the student had accepted. The COVID therefore facilitated the acceptance of online examination by the actors. The second innovation introduced by UVS was mobile learning. For example, for new students admitted in 2021, the first year in bachelor. I would like to point that our students enrolled at UVS are provided with a free computer and a connection internet provided by the state of Senegal. In 2021, given the context, the order and the delivery of computers for the 20,000 new students has been delayed for a long time. And in order not to lose time, UVS has developed a mobile learning system allowing access to various online education resources and to participate in various synchronous activities based on mobile and smartphone. And most of our new students had a mobile phone and a smartphone. The third example is telecommuting for teaching and administrative teams. Before COVID, it was the students who were online, especially. With COVID, the teaching teams and as well as most of the administrative staff, with the exception of a few agents whose physically presence was indispensable, also went offline. And also, now, for example, at UVS, we are able to manage all the system with a majority of workers who are on telecommuting. Overall, UVS was resilient during COVID. It may be strange to talk about resilience for virtual university, but I will explain why I say that UVS was resilient during the COVID. Because we have our specialty who was the open digital space. We call it ENO in French. And despite we are in a mobile, on a learning, on an e-learning system, for us, it is very important, the socialization, and we don't want our students to be isolated. And that's why in our model, we have what we call spaces. Students sometimes can come to these open digital spaces to collaborate with their colleagues and also to participate to activities who are not necessarily pedagogical. So I say that UVS was resilient, and this was reflected in two outcomes. First, the increase of retention rate. It resulted in the attractiveness of UVS and thus the decrease in dropouts. Second, COVID did not negatively impact the success rate, and this means that learners developed coping strategies in the face of COVID. Our students were at home, and we know that it was difficult for many people, especially during the period of confinement. I don't know how to say it in English, confinement, but maybe you can understand what I mean.
Lockdown.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Professor E. It was very difficult during the lockdown, and especially for our students who were at home. And I think that the fact that they have no bad impact in the success rate really means that our learners has developed coping strategies in the face of COVID. UVS also had to share its experiences with other public universities in the country in a COVID-19 context. And in the same way that UCAD, our mother university, has accompanied the establishment of all public universities in Senegal, UVS has also played the same role with regard to distance learning, especially with several public universities, like University of Sine Saloum, El Hadji Ibrahima Niass, University Amadou Mahtar Mbow, University of Thiès, and the network vocational education. And beyond higher education, the UVS has also actively collaborated with the Ministry of Education for the implementation of the learning at home, who was the program developed by the Ministry of Education during the COVID-19. And furthermore, COVID has also a positive impact on the social acceptance of UVS and its pedagogical model. Indeed, when UVS was created in 2011, in 2013, many people were not convinced that the model was relevant in the Senegalese context. over the years, and with the result of UVS, perception and representation of UVS has gradually changed. The COVID has allowed for an acceleration of the social acceptance of the UVS, and this all the more true since the classic university themselves have developed adaptation strategy based on more important use of digital technology or its more judicious use. In my opinion, one of the most significant impact of COVID in higher African education has been the acceleration of the digital transition, and I agree with my colleague, all of them have speak about this digital transition. I also believe that such a transition will enable African university to better address the three challenges I mentioned at the very beginning of my remarks, namely massification, quality, and financing. Time will not allow me to elaborate on this last point, but my conviction is that the development of higher education can be based on an intelligent use of digital technology. I say an intelligent use of digital technology. Of course, it is not a matter of falling into the trap of technology and as an end in itself, but rather of seeing how digital technology allows us to rethink African education systems, not only to face the challenge, but also UVS illustrated the potential of digital technology, and it is on this note of hope that I would like to close my remark. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleague. I can see that you are hitting the road with challenges of different types, but despite all of this, you've been able to go till the end of your presentation. Thank you. It is enlightening, and I think we've learned a lot from the different presentations that we've listened to. And thank you. Well, I think it's now time to look at the Q&A space to see if there are questions. I can see that, I don't think there is a question yet. We have from our colleague Sharon Lee Minor King, but this doesn't seem to be a question for Dr. Sergi, so it's not a question. Yes, all right. I don't know if we have questions, but in the Q&A, I don't think I see a question. If the Center for African Studies, all right, so see, open. Okay, so there's no question, yes. All right, there's no question, and I think I'll give the floor back to the organizers, and thank you very much. Oh, there is my colleague, Dr. Shagi. Yes. All right, okay.
Yeah.
So you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have just a kind of simple question is about, because I want to just compare our experience with yours, and I want to ask about the students' performance. Did the students' performance, at least these couple of years, did it change? Was it that influenced by, is it easy to assess the students when they are online? Because I find this very compelling, because I don't know how much validity is in there when we do, for example, online assessment compared to those on-site. So what is the kinds of the general picture in there in your institution, at least in Sheikh Anta Diop University?
Very good point, very good question. Well, honestly, there still has not been a fully fledged assessment of the situation. And what I can tell you is that at Sheikh Anta Diop University, there has not been, we do not actually have, fully fledged online, let's say, examinations. We have classes, at some point they stopped, and then they stopped to resume physically. But then when this is not possible, then we said, okay, this time around, what we need to do is to couple, physical classes with, online classes. So, which means when you have numbers, not all of them have to turn up. No. So this is going to be a hybrid. I think it talked about something like this. It's a what is called a bimodal, approach here. But the exams for the schools where we have high numbers of students, the exams are always physical. For small schools and small institutions, that they have the exams, online exams. For instance, the School of Engineering, they have, because of the small numbers, they can handle this. And then we need to have updates for those different and brand new types of assessment they're having. So we don't have actually a general picture, but also assessment of the whole situation. I hope this is going to come, because at this moment it is about assessing what has been done since now. Well, there is going to be a resolute commitment to this digital learning in our universities.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Saidi. It's surprisingly similar to what we are having in here. We don't have really kind of an installed system for assessments. And as I said before, we are given a choice. It's very fine, but it's not really that kind of regulated process of whether we do it online or on-site. And even the ministry is, last year, for example, they insisted that we teach on a monthly based. For example, we divide the students, undergraduate and graduate. Some study for 1 month on site and campus, and others online, and then they switch. So we do it in a monthly way. This year, they switched into a bi-monthly, which means 2 weeks on site and 2 weeks online, 2 weeks, and it goes like this. But for assessments, I think it's very challenging for us in the humanities, which means teaching history and literature classes, especially with writing and production and essay writing. Sometimes it's compelling to do it online compared to those in the medical sector, or in the, as you said, in the engineering, or I think also it is a field-based kind of decision to be made. Thank you, Dr. Saidi.
You're most welcome. Thank you. There's a question from Dr. Esther Lisanza. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. Yes. This is for me, Dr. Yankoba. UVS seems to be doing very well. What can other universities in Senegal borrow from UVS? Yes, we can say that UVS is doing well based on what our colleague Abdul Al-Fajr has said. Yet, I still have some doubts as whether, she talked about the model actually. I've always been having, raising the questions as to whether UVS in the model they have now, whether they should be welcoming, like first-year students, those called university eligible students, the students that have freshly come from, the high schools and, that, earn their baccalaureate without any experience. And usually when we know all the challenges that we have with regards to connectivity, but also connection issues. And we know in our physical universities, there are too many challenges because of which some students, well prepared, even have some problems. Now, when you have to place fresh students to a university which is entirely virtual, I say to myself, this might be some challenges which we could have a problem to solve. So yes, there's no deny that UVS is doing well, but to be honest, and this is what I think, I don't think first-year students with less or no university or higher education experience should be placed at a university which is completely or entirely virtual. To me, this should be it's good, but then we should think about placing experienced students there who, for some reason, do not have enough time to follow classes, physical classes. And those students, because they have some experience, they have already maturity, so those students could be, UVS could be there for those students. But to me, it is a very premature to have the students, fresh students placed at UVS. That's what my answer is. Probably Abdul is still here. He can react to this.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Saidi. I would like to precise that at UVS we have a model who is not brutal. I mean that when the new students come at UVS, they are not directly in a distance learning model. They have 3 or 4 months. During these first 3 or 4 months, I have talked about our digital open spaces, and they came at our open digital spaces, and they have initiation to the platform of formation, to the computer, and I also talk about the socialization, because for important, university is not only a place to study, it's also a place where you grow up with your with other students. And for us, this open digital spaces play this double role. First, of integration slowly to the new model, and secondly to integrate it socially with their colleagues. And we are at UVS very surprised of the capacity of adaptation of our students. Sometimes many of our students, when they came to UVS, many of them has never manipulate a computer. Few of them have done some courses online, but we are very surprised because that maybe they are digital native or something like that. But we are very surprised because at the end of the first semester, they are able and to do things very extraordinary with a computer and with a platform. And I think that it's also something we could not ignore. The first thing I want to say that often people talk about connection, and in Senegal, like in many countries, there is sometimes a connection problem. But for me, the connection is not a problem. Why I say that? For me, I used to have a parallel with face-to-face university. When you are the student, you are living in a suburb of, for example, Dakar. You have each morning to take a car to go to the university. You take 2 hours just for doing 5 or 6 kilometers. For me, it's also a problem of connection, but it's different. I agree, but for me, the connection is not a reason. And in every department where UVS are, we don't choose our department. I mean, par hasard. I don't know how to translate it. By hasard, our students by chance. Thank you. Our students, they are in department where first we have the connection of the private operators. So and we have also the connection of the state. The state of Senegal has developed internet optic fiber connection, and our digital open spaces are connected to this public network. And also all our students, they have a connection key. We give them, it is free, and at the same time than the computer, and they don't have connection problem. So for me, the connection is not really something who can be presented like something who will not give chance our students to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. We are still receiving some questions. I'm happy to say that, yes, Dr. Sherry McFarlane, I think I remember now. Well, I just saw your name. I remember having talked to you, sure, a couple of years ago about the full right opportunity. So thank you for being here. I'm also pleased to meet you here. Right, you asked the question, maybe no, first question. There is a question from before McFarlane's question. We have Dr. Esther Lisanza again. Is there any collaboration going on between different universities in Senegal in terms of research and so forth? To my knowledge at this moment, no, but I know there is an administrative, there is a ministerial document being prepared, in that regard, where research, is going to be a collaborative model, between the different, universities, because I mean, so to speak, everybody is in his corner. Then while talking about this new, LMD reform, where we should be having, let's say, a collaboration, transdisciplinary, approach and stuff, interdisciplinary. So at this very moment, there is something being prepared so that, we can have this collaboration between the different universities when it comes to, research. Before I answer this question, I give the floor to my colleague, Khadija Shargi, raising her hand. Raise your hand, right? Yes.
No, it's okay if you want to go with this, because there are two questions in the Q&A.
All right, I think you have a question. Yeah, you're right. Is the training done in Arabic or French? Yes, that's for you. What question is?
Yes, my answer is to Ahmed Ma'in and Dr. I'm sorry, forgot the name. Yes, the training is done in French and totally in French. But those doing the training are coming from departments of Arabic, of English, and of French, all of them together, because we have many disciplines in the country being taught in French, and French is spoken as a second language. English is spoken as a foreign language. So it's done in entirely in French, but some who are kind of not very good in French, they kind of rely on the assistance of some of colleagues. Some of them make translations or whatever. Me personally, I did it in French. Yeah.
Thank you. For Dr. Sherry McFarlane, the question about Icon City, this project, a smart city, whether there is, let's say, something is developed in terms of partnership between Icon and other wealthy persons to remedy the infrastructure problems. Probably, yes. I know when this project started, there has been too enthusiasm, too many people. I saw so many people who tried to find a land in that area of Senegal, because they believe that with the popularity of Icon, probably this project, Icon City project, would be, in the future, a place to be. It's going to be a place to be, and for that reason, too many people, that can afford this, they look for a land there, and some people even say they were ready to, to contribute. But whether there is a connection with the university, I have no knowledge. I don't really know, and certainly yes. But to my knowledge, I mean, I don't have anything about this, really. Thank you. In Algeria, do you use online course in Arabic? I think you answered that, right? This is the second question.
For online courses, digitalization is in English, in French, and in Arabic, because they are the three languages spoken in the country. So it depends on the discipline and in what language the instruction of the discipline is based. The digitalization goes automatically with that.
Very good, great, thank you. I think we without any new question, I will hand over the floor to Mr. Mohammed, to our colleague, Mr. Kamara, so that they give the concluding remarks. Thank you very much. There is no question, but the floor is for you. Over to you, Mohammed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Saidi, and to your co-panelists, Professor Alpha Jia and Professor Khadija Sergi, for this very informative and inspiring panel. Now I would like to invite our Howard graduate students for their round table. Abdel Muncharu of the Department of African Studies, Andrea Davis of the Department of African Studies, Davonte Lyons, Rosa Armstrong, Zira Banu, Jean-Claude Abek, and Rene Odanga, all from the Department of African Studies.
I think Jean-Claude is in the panel, is in the attendees section. So if we could have him brought over.
I'll pull him up.
So I have a sign that I cannot start my video.
Anya will help you out with that, don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, I am on board. Well, welcome everybody. And thank you for joining us on this graduate student roundtable. My fellow colleagues, I will be moderating our discussion today. So I'll begin with a brief introduction of myself, and then we'll proceed. So I'm Jean-Claude Abek, PhD student, Department of African Studies at Howard University. And my focus area is actually looking at warfare in Africa, modern warfare, and its intersection in the post-war era. So first off, I'm truly honored to moderate this discussion, what I think promises to be a very vibrant conversation. And I'm sure that the discussants, like myself, listen attentively to the preceding panelists and speakers. And I'm sure you're all now eager to engage with each other. So first off, I'm sure that this topic is dear to our hearts as students and practitioners. It would be fair to claim here that graduate students are actually at the center of the challenges presented by COVID. I think first off, because most graduate students turn out to be workers at the same time students. And so we face these challenges on two fronts. So I think this is an appropriate conversation to engage on. This roundtable, therefore, is an opportunity for students to, reflect on the broad spectrum of areas, interrelated themes, most of which have been addressed on by the preceding speakers. And the impact of the pandemic on learning in general, I'm sure is still being studied. And we might not get to fully understand the extent of it in a year, 2 or 3 from now. And I would even dare to add that in our lifetimes. But nonetheless, it is comforting that we are having this conversation today. It is a testament of the hopes that we have, and that we are not shying away from the responsibilities of, charting a course for what would look like a very profitable platform for Africans. And so I want to use this opportunity on behalf of myself and my colleagues to thank Dr. Kamara, Chair of the African Studies Department, and the rest of the Symposium Committee for the opportunity afforded us to present our reflections. So as a way of redeeming time, I'll briefly introduce the speakers. That way we can just go straight into the conversation. Rene Ondanga, that's African Studies, Graduate student focuses on African world affairs, and he specializes primarily in political literatures, African political thought, history, and anti-colonialism in East Africa. Zira Banu focuses on economic development and conflict in West Africa. Rosa Armstrong, her interest is in gender and development, with focus on police brutality and women in Black African communities in the DC area. Abdel Muncharo, public policy and African development, where he looks at the contributions of traditional and cultural mechanisms in post-genocide Rwanda. Andrea Davis, African development. She investigates the experiences of Africana women in higher education and learning. And we have Davonte Lyons, who focuses on the intersection between Africana, mental health, and cultural resistance, settler colonialism systems, colonial systems, and racial politics in the US. So as I mentioned earlier, the significance of understanding and factoring the voices of students in Pan-African discourses about education and learning are critical, not just because students are the center of it within this changing ecosystem, but also because they're the ones that take this fight to the next, in the future, next generations to come. And so let's begin our discussion by understanding some of the challenges and where a Pan-African platform can lead to. I'll start with you, Renee. I know you bring to bear historical perspectives from your research. So what do you consider as the major barriers to Pan-African education in a digital environment? And perhaps what does a digital Pan-African education system lead to? And what barriers can it help break down, especially in the context of existing challenges to Pan-African education today? I say this also to add that, you might talk about why we should aspire towards a Pan-African education system of collaboration.
Thank you for that question. Thank you for that introduction, Jean-Claude. I think when we're talking about Pan-African digital education, well, first of all, Pan-Africanism as a modus operandi of education, as a philosophical thrust in education. I think first of all, it's important to understand the need for it, which is that the African experience, the global African experience, the global diasporic African experience has been a very specific and unique one. Africans across the globe have interacted with the world in a very unique way that cannot be, ascribed to other people. So the African experience in and of itself is a different one that then goes ahead to determine different needs for different people. If we're going to talk about things like the Middle Passage, things like colonialism, things like the historical experience with the rest of the world. In the 21st century, that means that the African has very specific needs in the education system, in whatever material is brought to the educational system. Yesterday, I believe, during the executive roundtable, Dr. Williams was speaking about the current onslaught that is going on the teaching of Blackness and Black history in schools. Recently, Virginia took up passed a law banning the teaching of Toni Morrison's Beloved, and she has been very vocal about that in her work. However, I bring that up to mean, whether we like it or not, the African experience means that books like those need to be in African syllabi. They just need to. So when you're talking about Pan-Africanism, it's the belief, and it comes from the belief that based on their experiences, Africans in their education need to have certain things taught to them that significantly have been missing in global education systems. So that's what I think a Pan-African digital experience can fix, given that you can be, from the panels that we've seen before, digital education has allowed, but has also hindered access. It has simultaneously allowed and also hindered access, such that you can be at your home and also be in class. But depending on mobile penetration, depending on internet access, depending on things like that, you might be hindered from accessing them, which can be said to have been the case still of the traditional brick and mortar system of education, depending on your socioeconomic class. depending on your on the socioeconomic factors that exist are in your life, you might not have been able to access it all the same. However, there are things that can be fixed. There are things that can benefit us, as many panelists have spoken about in the panels that have preceded this one. I generally think that the issues that we can latch on to is the demand of it that is coming up in previous years. Coming off of the 2020 Global Black Lives Movement, there is existing a demand amongst people to learn of Africa, to learn of global Africa, the African diaspora. They want to understand, why is it Black people in America want to understand that? How come in America we are dealing with police brutality, and in Nigeria they're also dealing with SARS, and in Kenya they're also dealing with, the African experience seems to be very similar across the globe. So there are things we can latch onto, which calls then in mind for the harmonization, at least, of curricula, which I think can only be done by a digital dispensation. Because I think earlier on, Dr. Bowie, and I think this is in the very first panel, spoke about the benefits of leaving behind a traditional brick and mortar system and how we can have a harmonized curriculum. And I think Dr. Langme also mentioned something to that effect, but the Kenyan ambassador was quick to say that that's a tall order. It might be, but it's not something that has not been done before. Coming out of the 60s and the 70s in Africa, there existed harmonized curricula, at least on specific things, at least on African history. That's something we can aspire to. I have been familiar with the expositions of Zira, who's on this panel, who's explained how the Western Africa's ECOWAS system works. It's possible to harmonize curricula to a particular extent. So with that in mind, you can establish the demand, the necessity, and the clear importance of Pan-Africanist education, especially from a historical perspective.
Well, thank you very much. I would agree with you that the demand really puts that pressure, and it makes it really appropriate at this particular point post-COVID, or as we continue to experience the effects of COVID. And in speaking about the barriers and challenges that you mentioned, I think you mentioned Zira as well. Zira, I'll just turn to you now. And of course, you mentioned His Excellency, the Ambassador to the Republic of Guinea, Kefala Yesana. He also talked about effective delivery systems and partnerships as some of those areas that remain a major challenge. So if we were to focus on the immediate impact of and the increasing pressures from the pandemic, for example, on healthcare, African economies, political spaces, in addition to the negative impacts of climate change and the existence of intractable conflicts, how can African countries prioritize education, and specifically digital and innovative learning? I know you can put on your conflict and development hat here to give us a perspective.
Thank you, John-Claude. Yes, I think there are many demands right now that African countries face as a whole, but not only African countries, globally as well. In addition to the pandemic, in addition to healthcare and climate change, there are increasing demands on African economies. But at the same time, because education is a public good, I believe it's important that we realistically look at long-term goals and work on prioritizing them accordingly. We're looking at a continent-wide approach to digital learning that inevitably comes with long-term planning. So institutions such as the AU and regional economic communities can assist countries to focus on long-term goals, speaking in line with the harmonization practices that René highlighted also in his answer. So focusing on digital spaces will be essential to building that harmonization, as sometimes many educational approaches don't particularly give priorities to newer forms and platforms of learning. So based on this, we would need to then increase spending on education, not just from GDP percentages, but also in terms of public expenditure, as education is a public good. So for example, Southern Africa has some of the highest government spending on education, even when compared globally to a certain degree, that's as a percentage of GDP. Many Southern African countries like Lesotho and South Africa spend close to 7% of their GDP on education. While globally, only 1 in 4 countries spend about 4% of their GDP on education. And we know from data that compares GDP expenditure to learning outcomes that there's a causational link between education spending and learning outcomes, not only in Africa, but also globally. So since we know that increasing spending often always improves the quality of education, that is something then that we absolutely need to prioritize for our long-term goals, in spite of the conflict issues, in spite of the climate change issues. We also know that since the 2018 era financial crisis, there was a dip in spending and aid to education. So it's absolutely essential that we increase investments in digital learning and in education, because neglecting to operate within that space would be detrimental not only to Africa and its economy, but especially its people and its future. So we can do this perhaps by setting incentives and rewards for digital innovation to encourage people to think outside the box, to adopt newer learning approaches, and reward ideas that are innovative. Often we see on social media, whether it's through WhatsApp or YouTube, new inventions that come out of young Africans, right? There are ideas, but those ideas are often not funded, or they're not within a space that can help build upon that learning. So we need to reward that. And it's not only within the private sector or commercial spaces, but also in terms of social investments. In addition to this, I believe building the infrastructure, as the last panel highlighted, and enabling affordability and access to digital spaces will really help to build innovation and boost the positive impact of digital learning. And then not only digital learning in Africa, but the global knowledge space and Africa's contribution to that global knowledge. So these are some of the ideas that can help African countries to prioritize digital learning. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You certainly raised some very key points there in terms of investing, spending, and providing rewards for innovation. I would like to shift a little bit here to address the issue of language, something that has reoccurred in the conversations in the previous panels. And if I'm juggling very well from my memory, it would be impossible to discuss digital learning without addressing the language question in Africa. And I think it's particularly unique in the African context. And Davonte, I know you have a deep interest here in cultural resistance. And fortunately for us at Howard, Howard has not shied away from engaging in these conversations. We are fortunate to have, I think Professor Langmia that was here earlier talked about the language question, how he would like to push, Kiswahili into an African national, in a national space in Africa. But also we know about Dr. Mwaka, who heads the cultural and language department at Howard. I think these are all resources that we have at our disposal, and they've written extensively. So I'll turn to you, DeLeons, in terms of the language question, which of course is still a subject of debate within the academy itself and African public life. Language is a critical factor in African education and discourses, and on a continental and global level in general. How can African languages unify African people and enhance academic cohesion on a national and continental level?
Thank you, John Claude. Referencing some of the scholars that you mentioned, their work is important in this discussion of language, particularly Kamwanga Malu and Dr. Mwaka's work. Language, just like education, is intimately linked to the political economy, and it also intersects other important areas of society, but particularly the political economy. And one of the things that creates issues with language is not necessarily the diversity of language on the African continent, but the way in which language and diversity has been managed by political elites and by policies that have been advanced in an educational sense, in terms of education policies, language learning at the primary, secondary levels, going into the university setting. For example, a lot of the language and education policy prioritize former colonial languages such as English and French in Anglophone and Francophone countries. And they teach the local languages. They're used within the policy as a way of promoting English and French. And it hinders the learning process because a lot of these policies tend to promote subtractive bilingualism. So the local languages are used in a way to not only advance English and French, but also to get students to be more proficient in these languages, those who have access to secondary education, in a way of losing their local languages. So it in many ways, it discourages the use of local languages. Also related to that is the political economy. For example, in politics, in the legislative process, also in employment, former colonial languages are encouraged in formal and public settings. They're made priority. So one would have to be proficient in these languages in order to secure quality formal and public employment, and also to be able to participate effectively in the political process. So in many ways, local languages, even regional lingua francas to a large extent, are devalued and underused. And then you also have the issue where diversity within an ethnic sense or in a cultural sense is used to as a political tool by political officials. So you have the issue of devaluing local languages in the political economy, and that factors into the attitudes of people's willingness to learn these languages. So not only are the policies ineffective, but it factors into the issues of people's willingness to learn those languages and attitudes that they have of indigenous languages, in terms of them being perceived as underdeveloped, inefficient in terms of being able to functionally use them within society. And some of the solutions that have been proposed, there's been a lot of policy proposals, and the hindrance to some of these, because there's a lot of great policies and there's a lot of policies that are problematic, but the hindrance to these policies of advancing African languages, for example, at the level of formal communication and politics, making these languages legitimate in those arenas, is the issue of governance and the political elite. Their practices in their unwillingness to advance are adequately planned for languages at their level. But one of the solutions that I found, and there's several, but I refer to Adam Bodomo's idea of localized trilingualism and Mzuri's idea of the democratization using language, where they look at the different sectors of society. They look at the formal sector, the urban sector, they look at the regional sector, and they also look at the local level. And if you look at African societies, a lot of the language use factors in these different levels, because people use language to a large extent. Language, African people in Africa use are multilingual. They use a variety of different languages in different sectors of society. And what localized trilingualism is arguing that language should be encouraged, language learning should be encouraged at these different levels by prioritizing the most what's the word I'm looking for, the most significant language at these levels. That's probably not the best term, but the language that is mostly used at the local, regional, and the national level. For example, if you take Swahili or East Africa, for example, you take Kiswahili as to be the language that's used at the regional level, and then you take another local language in Tanzania, for example, you take another local language and you teach that at the primary level of education. And then as you're learning the local language at the primary level, you begin to introduce the regional lingua franca. And then as you are learning the regional lingua franca at the secondary level, then you begin to teach the language of wider communication and the language that allows you to have interaction at the international level, which is, for example, English, a Western language. So that's one example that I think is important in trying to create this vertical and horizontal integration in African societies. And also it allows for, it can be factored into this idea of regional integration in terms of not only integrating the national, in a national context, but also integrating within a regional context, using language as a medium, an important medium of communication and engagement.
Wow, thank you very much. I would agree with you on these innovative, strategies to approach language, and I would even add that, one other potent, solution that academics have come up with, I think particularly at Howard, is the Africanization of what people call European languages. I think the argument goes that English, for example, it's a colonial language as we know it, but it's also part of the African heritage. So why not Africanize English language, like we see in many parts of West Africa, Pidgin English, for example? A way, integrating that into local languages can be a potential, a vibrant way to begin to solve some of these issues. But speaking to that, let's just look at the final word perspective from Rosa on the language issue. And putting on your gender and development hat here, how can we rethink formal education, for example, in a digital learning age? And how does education look like, outside the framework of current formal education standards? For example, when we talk about online, the online system has taught us that the four walls of the classroom do not necessarily matter in the grand scheme of achieving education. So with this in mind, what are some of the formal education changes that we can expect, or how can we proceed with this?
Thanks, Jean-Claude. And can you hear me?
Yes,
I just like to check, because I'm a little soft-spoken. Okay, thank you. So actually being on the panel is also like really educative right now, because listening to Renee talk about CRT and my my frustration with what's happening currently in the US about why critical race theory has to even be a debate when this is an integral part of the history of this country. So thinking about all the things that, listening to everyone speak, Devontae, Zira, all of these perspectives, and I want to thank you because all of these perspectives have actually helped me form new ideas about really how this new age of digital learning will actually promote freedom in a sense, because one of the reasons I'm attached to Howard as an institution is because I feel like there is some guaranteed success over here as a Black person studying in these four walls, because some of the ideas that I'm going to be working on, for example, in my area of interest, which is police brutality, will not be questioned, because we're in an institution, we're in a place where, unlike the outside, questions of systemic racism are not being questioned. We understand and there's that freedom to work on these topics. But how about people outside, how about people outside the model of this Mecca they were in? How about the work that they're doing and all the questions and all the debate and contention that surround questions that are true? So I feel like listening to everyone, digital learning will give freedom to pursue some conversations, topmost of which is systemic racism, topmost of which is critical race theory, and also, developing further even about the language question and how, we're reinventing formal education, taking away formal education from what it's always been. I think that we need to consider the question of what really is formal, because I guess, like Devontae mentioned, formal education is tied to, first of all, an understanding of at least one of the major languages of the world, which is English. And coming back to, dismantling colonial systems, Africa is a rich place full of languages. And so what does success look like if you don't speak English? So that's also, the other question. So knowing now that a digital space removes the barriers of a four-wall place, which is literally a metaphor for being caged in and being restricted. Now that we're digital, there's endless possibilities of, for example, people teaching and learning in local languages, people teaching topics that would otherwise be taboo, among certain populations. And then also, I think coming back to the language question, I wanted to talk about increasing the social value of a language. So for example, in Ghana, where I'm from, a lot of singers sing in Tree, and people worldwide love and adore Ghanaian and even Nigerian music, and they don't understand what people are saying, what the singers are saying, but they enjoy it in the end. They it's worldwide. Talking about South African music. So all of these things attest to the idea that if we push our languages and if we push ideas that we believe in, that by so doing that, we increase their social value. So I would just reference YouTube. I would also reference Clubhouse. I don't know how many of us know about Clubhouse, but Clubhouse is a new app that grew in popularity because of the pandemic. And Clubhouse is essentially because it's still in existence, but Clubhouse is essentially an app, a place, a space for conversations. And I know that the developers of the app were going to make Clubhouse in such a way that they would hold concerts on Clubhouse and let people pay to enter rooms. So you need to enter a room to have a conversation. So Clubhouse caters to interest, very much like YouTube. You can enter a room and then follow conversations that you like, which I guess will go back to touching on the other point that I will, I guess, eventually talk about. But looking at the model of YouTube and Clubhouse, it's similar to digital learning, which we're talking about. There's freedom and there's self-expression, there's creativity, and also talking, in addition about formal education. Formal education is also elitist, no matter how we look at it, because it's only accessible to people that can pay money. So, when we start to talk about all these ideas, we also make room for rethinking how to make it more accessible, including, for example, this might sound too idealistic, but including, for example, removing the barrier of an excessive financial commitment that normally creates a barrier of entry. So we're thinking of linguistic barriers. So for example, if you don't speak English or a major language, you can't, get into that system. And then a financial barrier of if you can pay a lot of money in dollars or CDs or whatever currency you're up against, then you can go into that system. So I think that just to sum up, I would say that, moving away from the four walls of a classroom, moving away from reinventing formal education just helps us to navigate a space that I do not, that I will not say is free all the way through, but I feel like there's a lot more room for maneuvering. There's a lot more room for navigation. There's a lot more room, hopefully, for creativity and self-expression away from the barriers of, for example, linguistic and financial barriers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've given us so much to chew in just a few minutes. And you mentioned Nigerian music, for example. I love Nigerian music so much, and I think that's really encouraging. Let's move a little bit and talk about collaborative learning and research in post-COVID world. And this is one of those issues that have really drawn our attention in this entire program and discussion. And I remember Professor Langmia painted a picture in my mind, which is still struck me. And he talked about leveraging this digital, age to address brain drain through what he calls brain gain. So I found that really, really interesting. And of course, which comes through collaboration. And of course, His Excellency, I think Yassane of Guinea narrated the story of a young Guinean student who, invented a medical equipment to support public health amidst COVID. And so I'd like to turn to Abdel with public policy and African development, lens here. Do you believe that digital learning can offer a platform for research collaboration among Africans and Blacks worldwide, Black scientists worldwide, to tackle neglected but common issues such as tropical diseases and health issues affecting African diaspora? I'm looking at, for example, the situation of Madagascar. During the heat of COVID, came up with I think they came up with a solution, which was, we know the reaction of the international community towards that project. So using that perspective, how do you see, this kind of collaborative framework going forward?
So thank you very much, Jean-Claude, for this question. And also thank you for the other panelists for, educating me on those different issues. So you asked me if I believe it's feasible. I am a dreamer of Africa, and I'm going to say that it's possible. And I dream big about Africa. I dream about that Africa that is able to come up with like the vaccine for malaria, for instance. I dream of that Africa which could be able to bring or create or have its own vaccine when COVID came out. And you mentioned Madagascar, and you said something about what happened there with the president trying to come up with a solution for something that was totally new. But unfortunately, since there is a lack of collaboration and lack of exchanges, I believe it did not receive the credibility that was necessary in order for the World Health Organization to give some accreditation to that product. So when I see that, I definitely thought about why if African universities, because research is about universities, and what if scholars, Black scholars, African scholars, just try to put their forces together in order to try to resolve the issues that are actually killing the people or maybe not giving the possibility to have decent ways of living. So it's possible for me. I know also that there are a lot of challenges. For me, when I say it's possible, we have to be mindful of different things. We have to be mindful of the level of education we're talking about here, because research can be done maybe in postgraduate level, but not maybe undergraduate. And also it depends on the fields. And I believe Dr. Shegi said something like that, because what is doable for science is not possible. It's not using like digital learning. It's not the same ability for history or journalism or something. But the thing is, as long as we put in place a collaboration, it's already something. Think about maybe like malaria. We have, I'm going to take my perspective as a student at Howard University, Howard with the School of Medicine, Howard with, School of Pharmacy, Howard with biology, and so on. And what if Howard and, for instance, some university like Kwame Nkrumah has some sort of collaboration about looking into solutions for malaria? They can use the samples collected in Accra or Kumasi or somewhere, and then try to start, whatever they can start as researching, and maybe send the results that they have for interpretation here in the US. And then that collaboration will also help people in the US to understand tropical diseases or something. And in the end, African people are going to be saved of that disease that's been there for like so long. So, but the thing is, I think it's possible. But now we have to strategize and we have to think about how is that we are good at. But every single time I think about it, the main or the most like critical part of it, it's what Zira mentioned about leadership and the priorities. If I believe that Africans are definitely willing to give that pride to their scholars and the Black people, they will strategize and they will do everything they can in order to support those type of initiatives. Because using digital learning actually, save a lot of different issues, because you don't have to be in Accra and have a flight ticket and have a lot of dollars to come to Harvard in order to be able to be educated. If it's possible remotely with some sort of exchanges, I believe this is something great for Black scholars and so on. I understand all the difficulties about energy, access to technology, internet, and so on, but there are people that are doing that there, and I was very happy to hear about the example of the Université Virtuelle du Sénégal. That is already a great example, and we can just learn about things like that and try to build and improve whatever we can build and whatever we can improve, and strategize and focus on what we have as comparative advantages. So that's why I believe it's doable. I believe I can maybe say more if questions come during the symposium. Thank you very much, Jean-Claude.
Absolutely, and I'll use that opportunity to encourage those who are listening to type in their questions. We're going to get to them, and I appreciate the speakers for being time conscious, because we want to move faster so that we could accommodate those questions when they come in. And just before I move on to Zira and Andrea, I want to come back to you, Rosa, because you mentioned something about something similar to collaboration. And could the shift on online enhance peer-led education in Africa? What are the potential shortfalls of peer-led work? Could it succeed, so to speak?
Well, this is actually a question I will throw back to the panel, because I believe there's space for peer-led work. I definitely believe there's space for peer-led work, but I also want to keep thinking about this. So this is something that I would definitely throw back to the panel, just for us to keep thinking about, because I know that for example, I speak English and French. French isn't my native language, but then I learned French as a second language, and the way I learned French was to watch children's shows on TV. Now, anybody would think that to learn a language, you need a professor to teach you, but the irony is that I babysat children and I watched children's shows, and that's how I picked up language, and also from music. So I feel like there's a tendency to overlook softer channels in learning. But the funny thing is that those softer channels are the channels that are impactful, because all of us are experts in the making in some sense, because we have mastered something or we're mastering something, and we are zoning in further through doctoral education. So I definitely believe that there is space for peer-led collaboration, and I want to throw back the panel for us to keep thinking about this. Thank you.
Thank you for your brevity. Very insightful. So let's turn to institutional disparities, gender gaps, and digital divide on this subject here, which can be very, very polarizing. In terms of digital divide and how Pan-Africanism fits in, I believe that COVID-19 did not create disparities, whether along gender lines, old and young, rich and poor, but COVID-19 simply revealed how divided we are, in a sense. And so I think I remember His Excellency Ambassador Lazarus Amayo of the Republic of Kenya even talked about the affluent versus the non-affluent in this digital age. And so let me turn to you, Andrea. I know you can put in your sort of Africana women heart here and your research in that area. Traditionally, women have been underrepresented in the development of education systems in Africa, resulting in gender inequality in education and with negative consequences on the socio-political economic development of Africa. So with this regard, what policies would you recommend helping bridge the gender gap in education, leading to substantive change? Hi, Andrea, are you there?
Thanks for the question, Jean-Claude. I'm not sure if you lost me there for a second, but to be here today and be able to be in conversation with you all. Not sure if you can hear.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Would you want me to repeat the question? I think she's frozen. Okay, maybe I'll proceed to the next speaker, and then we'll come back to Andrea. So Zira, let's talk about the current challenges and disparities that COVID pandemic has underscored, and what options and avenues do African institutions, for example, have to boost access to regional research from scholars across Africa and the global knowledge space?
Thank you, Jean-Claude. I believe there's a plethora of research from African scholars around the world. And so because of that, there is both a challenge and an opportunity with regards to research uptake. So how research is sort of processed and disseminated within the global public knowledge space. A way that Africans and African institutions and governments and societies can help to boost original African research and knowledge is to focus on the quality of research. There are various methods for that that could be honed through peer learning so that the best sort of ideas, the best work rises to the top in the marketplace of research. There is an added challenge when there is a glut of information and consumers or the public themselves have to sift through all that information. And so having scholars sort of hone and vet and challenge each other can help bring those more sort of useful or helpful information to the fore of public knowledge. Also, a big challenge that we see with regards to many African institutions is the link between practice spaces and research institutions. There are African think tanks, but very few of them are known of. And I'm sure you know that because you yourself, Jean-Claude, heads one, right? So in order to boost the influence of local and original African knowledge and indigenous-based research, we could have local think tanks feeding into government, private sector, even social and commercial spaces, so that a lot of the conclusions that we make and the decisions, whether policy-based or economic or commercial-based, are based not only on anecdotal evidence or on the personal view of those at the top, but also on research-backed findings. Another major way is to build this culture of value for research, not just academically, but also socially and politically and even commercially, so that African countries and institutions and corporations can champion the value for African research. We often speak of an Africa for Africa. A way we can do that is to build our research spaces and sort of systematize and streamline the link between these more formal institutions and also less formal ones, as Rosa highlighted as well. For example, data on Africa hardly comes from Africa. It often comes from either global, right, institutions, or even sometimes from European or Western commercial data institutions, which is a bit of a conundrum because there are a lot of local African think tanks and organizations working on African data. So it's absolutely imperative that we sort of back up and fund and build this culture where there's an appreciation for research and knowledge. And that way, African countries can build upon original data and information that is from them and used by them. Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you for the role of think tanks there. I think definitely taking charge, producing our own data would be key to, sort of addressing some of the disparities that we find in education across the continent. While I'm hoping that Andrea will join us shortly to share her views, I would proceed. Maybe let's take a turn. We're rounding up to, letting our listeners, chime in with the questions. So I would advise that we keep our comments now brief as we round up. Let's turn to curriculum, talking about curriculum governance, issues of Eurocentrism in Pan-African education. And we know a lot has been said already about the importance of curriculum and all these other areas. For example, I think Ambassador Lazarus questioned the prospects of harmonizing curriculum in all of Africa, which would be, like Renee said, a tall order. And of course, this is also coming with the fact that we have, hundreds and hundreds of universities across the continent. How do you begin to think about harmonizing curriculum that would make sense and that's feasible, applicable in a sense? So he even challenged academics to present a roadmap. And I'm sure this is one of the things we will be dealing with in our own, individual research and endeavors going forward. How can academics, step up and produce a roadmap for such a venture? And of course, the West has not stopped Africa from developing their own programs, he claims. Further, the Africans need to take steps to do that themselves. And so, but I think Mrs. Yoliswa Vebe, I think that's the Deputy Chief of Missions representing the South African ambassador to the US, said something that also struck me. He said, we are government representatives, and so we cannot escape bureaucracy. Everything we do flows from political will. So we find this aspect of bureaucracy and governance, sipping in. I think this is something important for us to decipher. So I'll turn to you, Leons, real quickly. Just give us, a brief perspective in terms of the benchmark for educational accreditation and curriculum, which are Eurocentric. And of course, they create barriers in advancing quality education for Africa. What approaches have been or can be taken, particularly with regards to digital technology, to circumvent these challenges? And how can digital learning, the digital ecosystem in general, help decolonize the literature on Africa?
You called on me, John Carl?
Yes, Devante, yes.
Okay.
Just briefly, yeah.
There are, I think what was mentioned earlier in terms of the dilemma of technology. Technology has, in one sense, created opportunities in terms of giving visibility to African languages, indigenous African languages, that is. It creates a platform where people of African descent can engage with each other in terms of learning, in terms of being aware of information and events. And I think that the flip side of that is the issue of access, in terms of who has access to these technologies, whether we're dealing with Wi-Fi, the ability to interact with these different social media outlets. And there are ways in which people make the best with the technologies or the access in which they do have. But I think that there are pros and cons as mentioned with that.
Perfect, fantastic. Thank you for that. And let's Abdel, if you don't mind chipping in here real quick as well. So some people believe that digital learning offers Africans and Black scholars the opportunity to develop curricula that values and promotes indigenous African knowledge systems and cultural identities, so to speak. Based on your experience as a graduate student, can you speak to the possibility and feasibility of this?
Yeah, based on my background and also my concentration in development, African development, we know for a fact that the places where you can actually educate people, because Africans, they need to be re-educated in order to learn more about adequate policies and approaches that can be used in order to improve people's well-being on the continent. I believe you have mosques, churches, and schools where you have more people that you can talk to. And for education, the part of education with digital learning, I think it's a great opportunity to exchange. I'm a student in African studies today, but I was educated in Cameroon and I was educated in French. And then I came to the US, I was educated in English. And when I was educated in Cameroon, it was the French system of education. There I was learning about the Jean-Baptiste Tessé and all those guys that were involved in European development. So it means that now Africans were conditioned to believe that they are not able to create something. So now with digital learning, I'm in the US at Howard University as a student in African studies. I learned more about Africa being at Howard than when I was in Cameroon. So let's say we have now the possibility to exchange between Howard University, the Department of African Studies, and other Black universities or universities in Africa. And then we can actually combine our knowledge and also go to people in Africa, because there are people in Africa that are well informed about the realities of the continent. But unfortunately, they are not given the exposure or the credibility they need. With that collaboration with digital learning, I believe it's possible to improve our curriculum. And you name it, you said it earlier, language, history, economics, and everything. Africans now, they believe they need to have something that will make them more confident about the ability to resolve the issues that they're facing every day. So for me, to cut it short, I believe digital learning, it's a great opportunity for that, but it's a long consensus where we have to agree on what is good for the future of Africa and the future of the new leadership that we need in Africa. Because today, the problem with the leadership in Africa is that most African leaders are not even African. So that's what I can say to cut it short, since you asked me to be brief. Thank you.
John Claude, can I add one more thing very briefly?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was looking at Lewis Gordon. He was quoting Kwasi Wiredu, and he talks, and Kwasi Wiredu has a book about cultural universals and cultural particulars. And the point that he was making was one of the issues that factor into the question of being able to communicate and the factor of language is the focus on translation and not learning. And also the issue of cultural particulars being seen as this great dilemma that makes it difficult, extremely difficult for people to interact and communicate with each other, how that is over exaggerated. And he says that the human imperative to communicate creates the opportunity for developing an understanding, being able to engage and learn rather than the focus being on translation of vocabulary, and all of these factors that are used to place barriers on interacting with each other. And communication with an emphasis on learning allows us to kind of break past this historical barrier of experience that we have in terms of a misunderstanding and misinterpretations of our different experiences. So I just wanted to add that point, the idea of learning and getting to a point of conversing. As Ifua mentioned, in terms of interacting and being amongst different language speakers allows one the opportunity to begin to develop an understanding of the language, in addition to all the technical factors of language learning. Actually understanding the culture and how the language is applicable to the philosophies and traditions and values of the culture versus just translating and so forth.
Absolutely, absolutely. Actually, yeah, that's a very critical point. Tying those languages to those customs and knowledge systems can be very helpful. Before I turn to Renee to give us concluding remarks on attitudes towards this platform that we're speaking about, I would like to go back to Andrea. I think she's here. If our connection is stable now, perfect. If Let me rephrase my question. And so we can quickly turn to our listeners for their questions. The first one would be, traditionally women have been underrepresented in the development of the education system in Africa, resulting in gender inequality, education, and the negative consequences on the socio-political economic activities of Africans. What policies would you recommend to help bridge the gender gap in education and that can lead to substantive changes?
Thank you for the question, John Claude, and thank you for the patience. Interestingly enough, we're talking about the digital divide, and I was having connectivity issues. So just an example of how this issue can impact the world and obviously has greater impacts across the higher education spectrum. Today, more than 200 million children across the world are impacted by not having access to education, and more than half of those students identify as living on the continent. And so when we talk about the digital divide and also the policies that traditionally can help women with regard to higher education, I do think that there are several policies that can support women in these spaces and make sure not only that girls have access to education, which has been an issue, an overwhelmingly critical issue with regard to the students across the world and across the globe who do not have access to education, but also making sure that women in areas of higher education leadership, professors, presidents and chancellors of colleges and universities, even members of board of trustees are not only a part of the impacted as a part of the end result of policy, but are included in the policy-making process. So some of the ways that I think the gaps can be bridged is making sure that African governments have developed policies that recognize the roles of women in education. Those that do exist have given rise to affirmative action across all levels of education, and there have been some success in that regard. So making sure that we continue to advocate for governments to continue to do the same, and making sure that they're held accountable in the policies that they develop. In addition, a number of African countries are implementing gender responsive budgeting. So I know Zira mentioned a lot with regard to the digital divide, how much there is a need to really put your money where your mouth is. And so we see the same thing with regard to elevating women in these spaces, making sure that the budgeting is responsive, that it reserves space for women in positions of power, and making sure that they don't just have a seat at the table, but there's a microphone and there's a glass of water and there's a support team to help them once they do have that seat at the table. And then finally, I will just say that the process that has been made across parliaments, we've heard from members of Howard University or the Howard University faculty who work in government, and Dr. Dawani really gave us, in one of my courses, gave us a really great outline of the importance of women in parliament and how they can continue to advance the narrative for women in government, but making sure that it doesn't stop there. You know, we have to recognize that while policies are being made across the continent, and today's conversation is not to take a jab at the continent, but it's really to put a microscope on the holes that exist. And so ultimately, there's still much more work to be done. But I think some of what is happening, I think the forward progress that is happening on the continent is a way forward, and that we should continue to be innovative and have conversations like we're having today to ensure that women are continuously giving the space that they need, and policies are made in their best advantage.
Absolutely, I agree with you. There's always more work to be done. from all of us, speakers, as, professors, as, policymakers. So much has to be done, and will always need to be done. And maybe the last word from you, Andrea, in terms of any, how does the digital divide impact potential success or key performance indicators? Maybe just one indicator from you, and then I'll turn over to Renee.
Yeah, thanks. So I think one key performance indicator in the space of higher education with regard to the digital divide is it really, when we talk about the global North and the global South, it really makes it difficult to do a strong comparative analysis with regard to access to education. And so one of the solutions, that's the issue, one of the solutions I think on the continent particularly is to look at what some scholars have called frugal innovations. So there are innovations on the continent where there may not be a universal continent-wide solution to the digital divide, but there are individuals and there are schools and there are students who are using their cell phones or using small opportunities or small access to technology to help impact the global issue. So if I can use my cell phone for access to internet and social media, and while the country that I live in may not have a global and strong infrastructure for technology, if I use this frugal innovation as a solution, then that can be small ways to impact the greater issue.
Wow, thank you. Very brilliant. And now we'll full circle back to Renee. You have the opportunity to close this for us in terms of, and the reason I do this, I want you to really give us that historical perspective. As a historian, I'm sure you can tell us about some of the existing attitudes to Pan-African education. Which of those, or what are those attitudes that have risen over the years? And if so, can we leverage some such frameworks for socio-economic political development in education across the African scene?
Thank you for that question. I think I'll answer it by basing my response off of the works of scholars who have spoken about perceptions, first of all, by Africans themselves of Africa and the rest of the world towards Africa. And specifically, I believe I'm talking about the works of people like Professor Paul Zeleza and Professor Toyin Falola. They have split attitudes towards Africa in three dimensions. The first is the Afro-optimism era that accompanied the coming of independence, the waves of independence since the 1960s. This phase lasted up to the 1980s with the coming in. So this is a time when Africa could do anything. Africa could do anything. If it wanted, it could build a house on the moon. Then with the coming of the economic realities of independence, from the 1980s to the end of the Cold War, really, we saw the age of Afro-pessimism, because this is when Africa was characterized by coups and counter-coups and so on and so forth. Then came this era of Afro-realism, which is what I presume has consumed most of the new millennium. But the reason I bring that up is because we consider the educational and curriculum trends and ebbs and flows of Pan-Africanist education have followed those trends. So in the 1960s, and I think I shall do this and with one blow, answer also a question that has been raised in the Q&A about the realistic nature of harmonizing curricula. And I'll start by saying that in the 1960s, coming out of from the 1940s to the 1960s onwards, during this first ebb of Afro-optimism, there came a lot of a unified approach towards African instruction and African teaching. It was during this time that we saw the likes of Sheikh Anta Diop and all the people who came in that area. Someone quoted Kizabo yesterday. He was part of that school of great minds who led really to a harmonized teaching of Africa. This was an attitude that influenced how people studied, how Africans themselves studied and taught. I could give the example of African independent schools in Kenya, for instance, where people were like, we're not very happy with what is being taught in the colonial dispensation. We'll do our own, where we will teach ourselves our own history. But the reason I particularly bring those up, and I could spend a lot of time on them, but I shall not, is because I also want to touch on a trend that we're seeing, that probably scholars who come afterwards, and perhaps I might have to throw my hat into that ring, we'll have to look at the age we're in that I'd mentioned earlier, this new age, this resurgence in people demanding the teaching of Africa. Because the saying goes, if you give a man enough rope, he will hang himself. I think that is something that we are seeing from African countries and leadership systems that attempted to adulterate and change knowledge systems for their own benefit. It is in this current age where we are seeing this new generation of Africans looking back and going like, hold up, maybe these great minds who you substituted their hagiographies for history, maybe they were not all that, and maybe we need to start going back into the books and checking on exactly what happened. And it's a global movement. I'm resisting the urge to specify, because this is a very Pan-African setting. I might say something that might become more problematic than it is useful. So the particular reason I bring that up is to leverage on, to pinpoint attitudes. And I shall illustrate that by patting the back of the Center for African Studies. Perhaps not too much, though. If we're going to talk about things like language instruction, the Center for African Studies has established itself at Howard University as one of the most forefront instructors in critical language instruction. And here we're talking about the works of people like the Center for World Languages, led by Dr. Mwaka, is educating more people in African languages. And when you look at the surveys that are administered to these people who take these classes, they say that learning African languages is something that is at the very top of their priorities in regards to career development. So here we are having people who are coming to Howard University or wherever they are, because things like the Summer Institute of African Studies of African Languages attracted people from all over the world, not just America, but all over the world. They're saying that while they're going to their professional lives, they want to learn African languages. They want to learn about Africa. They find it to be important. This is a clear departure from the past. And also look at things like the advanced seminar in public policy that the Center for African Studies also held over the summer, where people attended. These were either junior professionals or advanced professionals saying that while I might work for the government of the United States, I have no interest in proceeding on with my career development if I do not understand Africa, if I do not know what is going on in that part of the world that has historically been othered. I will also, pinpoint a seminar that took place by the Center for African Studies. I told you I'd be patting the back of the Center for African Studies, so let me do it. Earlier on in the year, that attracted now veteran policy administrators, veteran policy creators, veteran educators who are talking about their experience with Pan-Africanist interactions with Africa. And these are people who participated either in the fight against apartheid, the global fight against apartheid in the 80s and the 90s. And they're saying that their lives, their professional lives, this seminar attracted the likes of Dr. Pearl Robinson out of Tufts University, Dr. Mary Frances Berry out of the University of Pennsylvania, people who participated, Dr. Robert Vinson and the likes, who are saying that in the intellectual interaction with Africa, it would have been impossible for them to have done anything meaningful if they did not know Africa. So do you want to talk about attitudes towards Africa and the need for a Pan-African educational framework? This is the time when people are turning and saying, yeah, we kind of need to know about Africa away from the old library of knowledge that has become really outdated because of its own uselessness.
Absolutely, that was really a very insightful close there on our speakers. Thank you so much. And just to you've addressed some very key issues there in terms of African political thought. And you've talked about the various schools, and a few that comes to mind: the Badan, Dar es Salaam on cultures in Dakar, and all this, whether it's history from culture. And I'm sure we have a question here, which I think you've already touched on from Emmanuel Jehioba on the curriculum issue and language. I think harmonizing curriculum in Africa, which I think Ambassador Lazarus really talked about, talking about the tall order, which I really find fascinating. And one perspective on this would be based on the question, which is to, I think I'll read through it and then just rephrase. Is it really possible to have a uniform curriculum in Africa on humanities and social sciences courses, considering the diverse background of countries and the diversity of culture in Africa? And I'm sure that so many of our viewers are also pondering over this question. But I would suggest, if I can offer a perspective on this, would be, what about we look at it in terms of subject area or thematic areas? Say, for example, there are key issues when we talk about Africa in the world, such as history. History is something that is debated, and African history is not written by Africans. I think it's just recently that effort has been made to put Africans at the center of it. Maybe cutting across the entire continent, we can say we can have one unique history of Africa. That would be a starting point, not necessarily capturing every discipline that becomes a gamut of tasks. So I would suggest that maybe we go by subjects. Key subjects like history could be harmonized across the continent. That way we are speaking with one language. History has no regard for culture, and in terms of identities, we've experienced that history, and so we can put down that history, and every African can be obliged to read that history, which is unique to the continent. So that's my perspective. I'm sure, Renee, I don't know if you still want to touch on this question.
Yes, it's just because I forgot to mention something, and it's the direct answer to that question. In regards to, is it possible to harmonize the humanities? It should be stated that, in fact, the question of whether it is possible to harmonize humanities is a fairly recent question. Well, recent or old, depending on one's historical sensibility. But as I mentioned, coming out of the 60s and the 70s, African history instruction was harmonized. The concept of the nationalization of African history really started happening around the 80s, when African leaders wanted to really, clamp down on nation building. So, and I think Toyin Fanula has written a book about it. Professor Toyin Fanula has written a book about it called African Glories, where he deals with nationalist historiography. So the historiography, for example, of Africa had been harmonized up to a particular point, and the countries that started the schism first was Algeria, then Egypt, then Kenya followed hot on the pursuits of that nationalization of history. But for the largest part of the first half of the 20th century, African historiography had been harmonized. So even if we were to do it, contrary to what the ambassador of Kenya, and this is not a fight, I'm Kenyan, so with all the due respect to the ambassador, it's not a tall order. It has been done. It's not even a matter of reinventing the wheel. It exists. It's out there. It has been done before. It can be done. And even if it can't, surely universities around Africa have the most brilliant minds. If they cannot do it, then it cannot be done.
Wow, thank you. Abdel, I see your hand up there. I'll get to you in a second. Let me share this. I think this is for a second here. Okay, I think this is for Devonte. Can you type in the title of the book you were discussing? I think this is for Dr. Sharon Lee. She's asking if you can type. I'm sure you have access to the question and answer folder. Just you could type your answer there. I think she'll get it. But yes, Abdel, you can go ahead and briefly, and then after that, I'll follow up with a question from Dr. Esther Lizanza.
Yeah, I was just I wanted to add something on like the harmonization of the curricula. I just want us to be mindful of the fact that Africa, it's a huge continent, and we have different, like, not countries, but maybe kingdom and people. And we also, Africa is also one of the continents that involve more than 5 or 6 different European countries coming there. So some of those countries, they have history written by Portuguese, some of them French people, some of them English people, some of them, Germany, Belgium, and so on. So when we talk about harmonizing, I'm just afraid that at some point we should go by field, like you said. For science, right? It's good for us to focus sometimes on things that are just, good for us. Just like they will never, someone comes and say that African weren't able, for instance, to create buildings and some. If the only tribe in Africa that was able to create building was in Timbuktu or maybe in Cairo or somewhere, it's good for us to know that, right? But it might not be maybe possible in like Central Africa and so on. So that's why I think even when we want to harmonize it, we just need to resurrect what Africans were able to achieve that were good, that the history that is taught today, it's actually erasing, just making it look like they were primitive people that weren't able to have some sort of productive societies. So that's why I said we don't have to be stuck with the word harmonizing. No, we can just go and focus on what is good or what was done and, resurrect it the way it was supposed to be. And then from there, as I said, we are already living in a world that is globalized. Unfortunately, we cannot go back. It's irreversible. But now Africans have to strategize and understand that they have to be proud of what they were before having contact with, the other world. And what were they able to do? How were they able to resolve issues? And you mentioned it, for instance, somebody in Africa who is supposed to teach law, instead of coming every single day and, singing about democracy being invented in Greece, you go and you focus on the countries or maybe the kingdoms that had traditional ways of, ruling their societies, and people were in peace with, well-structured societies. Those are the things that I believe when we talk about, changing the curriculum or the curricula, those are the things that we are supposed to do. And it's still possible to find them because nothing was destroyed. And I'm a dreamer, as I said. Africans are so resilient, and I believe their history is as such. So that's just something that I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdel. Let's turn to the next question here from Dr. Esther Lizanza, and she's asking: African languages are marginalized in African education due to colonial legacy. What suggestions do you have towards empowerment of African languages in African curriculum and education in general? I'm sure we've touched on this, but anyone who wants to, maybe add something? Okay, yeah, go ahead, Abdel, and then we'll move over to the next question.
Yeah, I believe two people mentioned the language thing, and I think, unfortunately, that goes back to the leadership, because our leaders today, they were conditioned to learn foreign languages for them to be successful. Even when you look at the history of Africa, people were fighting for African independence, but the people that were able to actually go and defend themselves at the UN were people that were educated in foreign languages. So that's why the shift from our local languages to the languages that are powerful was a trend that was sustained for years and years and years. But now we are conscious of the fact that those languages were the languages that we were forced to use to at least have some sort of peace. Today, I believe the leaders in Africa themselves, they should definitely enforce policies that are going to actually bring some sort of incentive to African parents and African families to teach languages to their kids. Because if we always try to be proud of our languages without bringing some sort of incentive, I might be very good in Kiswahili, but is that going to give me a job or a position in the Congress there, or maybe being a minister or something? If they try to leverage it, they have to bring some sort of incentive, because for us, we are already conscious of the fact that we are losing a lot when we don't speak our languages. But now leaders have to actually bring some sort of incentive to families to understand it. And for that, it's not something that is just casual. We have to go and show some sort of, anthropological and sociological research to show how worth it our languages are in order to motivate those parents to actually do that. That's one thing that I can add, because now languages are not just a tool for communication. Those are things that are so powerful, and they are used and sustained with some sort of forces that are sometimes soft, sometimes strong. You know, like the French people, they're keeping their language alive, not because they have the best or the most beautiful language in the world. It's just because they have some mechanism to protect their language. They do it in their former colonies. They do it even in their country, preventing some other languages to just kind of infiltrate the French people, the French geographical area. So we should definitely try to bring some sort of incentive, because now we're living in a globalized world where our languages are just left behind. So that's the job of our leaders, and the parents actually, I believe they are already informed that it's good for them to do that, but maybe they're looking for some sort of incentive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly, you know, a language has to go beyond communication, and I would add that or admonish that, you know, we take into the fact that language itself has infrastructure behind it. In speaking about, you know, whether we are Africanizing or nationalizing languages in Africa, there is the transcription of the alphabet, the structure behind it, you know, in terms of transcribing, and how, what infrastructures do we have in place to harmonize that. And I'm sure that if we look across the African continent, perhaps Amharic stands out as the only, perhaps, one that has that structure in place. And so that would be an arduous task for the continent to begin to think about. I'm sure that in Kenya, for example, Swahili is a language that's written, but how much of that is developed is a question that, you know, we would have to contend with. Before I turn to you, Davonte, let me read the question here from Samuel Nixon. He says, how may we harmonize the libraries of published African resources from the continent of Africa in categorical ways that may be continually reviewed and updated from the relevant African perspectives? I've seen pockets of libraries and often ask the question, what would it take to network them in meaningful ways? So please advise with your responses. We have, I think, 3 minutes to go. So I would keep it short, and so we can safely close. Thank you. Yeah, Davonte, please go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to mention some of the ideas that come from social linguistics, particularly the scholars that I mentioned earlier, Kamwanga Malu and Dr. Moaka. They talk about prestige planning with regards to languages because of the issue of language being linked to the political economy. And how African languages and indigenous African languages are not given functional value in public and formal sectors in terms of them being required for formal employment and formal participation in business and formal business and formal politics. And the idea of prestige planning is to ensure that these languages are given functional value and are made requirements to be able to participate in formal and public sectors, as well as the knowledge systems and cultural philosophies and values that are associated with these languages. As was mentioned earlier, African languages are very adaptive. They're very rich. And African people do a lot of different things with their languages to adjust to the changing times, as well as culture is adaptive and transformative. And African languages should be viewed in that way. They are constantly changing. Different varieties are constantly being created, as we mentioned, the Creoles and the Pidgins. African youths who move from rural to urban areas create languages for intra-youth communication, as Dr. Moaka mentions. So they are doing very unique things with languages. Technology is in many ways helping to create a platform for African youth in particular to advance African languages. So the idea is to give African languages functional value and to create a context where functional literacy in African languages and the advancing of African languages, as opposed to using the word development as if African languages are deficient of anything, but advancing the oral languages that don't have a written script, advancing those languages through language planning, and also advancing the languages that do have written script at the public and informal sectors is the idea of prestige planning, to change the attitudes that we have about these languages and to encourage people to use those languages in public informal spaces, because they're already being used in the traditional sectors or at the local level and at the regional levels. They are being used in areas where business and employment is flourishing in the informal sector because of the issues of globalization and how that factors into formal employment and creates complications with that, and the issue of not being able to have quality jobs at that level. But I just wanted to mention the idea of prestige planning.
Thank you very much. Zira, you definitely have the last word. Before we hand over to Dr. Kamara, who is waiting patiently, I appreciate him. Definitely action plans, is what we need now in terms of going forward. And just, as we round up with Zira, in terms of the last questions, definitely the idea of a digital learning passport, which I think was brought up by His Excellency Ambassador Yuzane. I think this is one way we could leverage public libraries to make them digital in a sense. So Zira, please take us to the end.
Thank you, Jean-Claude, and thanks everyone. Just really quickly, I believe the last question relates to the issue of research uptake. Because there are a lot of published works and there's a lot of scholarship from African researchers, but even though it gets to the publishing phase and it's available in certain local libraries across Africa, that doesn't mean that it actually will be consumed and used and turned into public information or knowledge where it can actually inform practice. And so this is where the digital space comes in as an invaluable resource. There is so much sort of space or access on the internet to be able to publish data and information. And having digital libraries and African research digitized or converted into digital formats really helps to bridge that gap. This, of course, will require investments from countries, but there's also sort of this cultural, social, political, cultural aspect that will be really helpful when there's demand from public spaces for African research. We've seen the way African entertainment has sort of built the cultural capital of African culture globally, of African art, of African music and entertainment. We could also do that with African research and help to build knowledge and value for African research in global spaces through where Africa can then start to implement influence in the global space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a phenomenal way to end the conversation. I just want to use this opportunity again to, thank on behalf of all of you, to thank Dr. Kamara and the organizing committee for this opportunity, to the graduate students to share their reflections, what I consider to be unfinished reflections. And we hope that we'll continue to be part of this conversation. And so from all of you, if you don't mind, just, let's appreciate the organizers and all the speakers as we draw this to a close. So I'll hand over to Dr. Kamara. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jean-Claude, and your co-panelists, Rene, Zira, Davonte, Efwa, Abdel, and Andrea. Your discussion brings a critical set of perspectives to our overall conversation in this podium. Your overall graduate student perspective is also central to what this symposium is all about. So please consider yourselves as key stakeholders in the Pan-African Digital Consortium vision and goal. The Department of African Studies, Howard University, Africa of the continent, and Global Africa are proud of you. And people like me will be not happy to die, but not unhappy to know that we will be leaving the world in your hands and your minds. We are now at the end of our two-day Pan-African Symposium on digital learning in global Africa during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Throughout the presentations and discussions of the 5 panels, 2 distinguished panels, and 2 roundtables, insightful ideas, enlightening information, and inspiring recommendations have been shared by scholars, education experts and executives, diplomats, and students. I sincerely thank all the panelists and participants who joined us from numerous African countries, the United States, and beyond. I thank the members of the organizing committee and the co-sponsors, which are the Howard University College of Arts and Sciences, the Howard University Graduate School, the Howard University Department of World Languages and Cultures, the Howard University Department of Strategic, Legal, and Management Communication, the Howard University Center for African Studies, the Howard University Center for Women, Gender, and Global Leadership, the Bowie State Department of History and Government, and the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. Also, I want to thank the 2 people who helped in no small ways make this virtual forum possible. Ms. Anya Wena, the media specialist of the Center for African Studies, and Mr. Rene Odanga, graduate assistant from the Department of African Studies. Anya and Rene, thank you for your hard and excellent work. From this successful symposium, we now take the next steps towards creating the necessary partnerships, developing a proposal for the Pan-African Digital Consortium, applying for grants with our African and HBCU partners, and bringing this project to fruition in a timely manner. So we call on you, our students, to really play your role, because this is going to be your work in the next few years, and we will be very happy to work with you. And finally, I thank the leadership of Howard University for its strong support for this project. To all I say, thank you for making this a successful symposium. And now we are adjourned. And my clap to you, the students.